Good evening, everyone. So let's begin. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. This is a regular scheduled agenda meeting of the Board of Education pursuant to New Jersey statutes and the rules adopted by the Board of Education. Notice of this meeting was sent to the Star Ledger and Cablevision of Elizabeth on Thursday, January 9th. In addition, this notice is posted on the bulletin board in the lobby of 500 North Broad Street, and pursuant to this act, a copy has been filed with the City Clerk of Elizabeth, New Jersey. We want to welcome everyone present here at Dr. Orlando Idreda Academy School number 26 at 31, and to our television viewers to this January 16, 2020 meeting of the Board of Education. We are here to govern, provide management oversight, and make policy for the district. The superintendent manages the district. This is a meeting of the board in public, not a meeting of the public. This meeting is being recorded and will become part of the Elizabeth Board of Education permanent record. In order that the recording will adequately reflect the proceedings, please refrain from talking while others are speaking. We also ask that you silence the sound on your electronic devices. Since it is legally mandated that these proceedings be accurately recorded, we may have to ask for order periodically should noise begin to interfere with our recording capabilities. We are pleased that you have taken this time this evening to join us here for our Board of Education meeting. Thank you for your interest in the Elizabeth Public Schools. There will be a public portion for citizens to address the board. Participants for the public portion may sign in up to the start of the meeting so that they may have the opportunity to speak. The sign-in sheet states the name, address, telephone number, and reason that the person wants to comment, whether it is an agenda item or a general education comment. Mr. Kennedy, roll call, please.
Bathalis. Carvalho. Chevres.
Here.
Hernandez.
Here.
Jacobs.
Present.
Marina Ortega.
Present.
Neron. Pastana.
Present.
Barbosa.
Here. May we please all stand, all rise, and take your caps off, please. First, we have our presentation of colors. Admiral William F. Halsey, Jr., Health and Public Safety Academy, JROTC. Next, our Pledge of Allegiance by Brielle Velez, 8th grade student of Dr. Orlando Idreda Academy School number 26 at 31.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We proceed to our Star Spangled Banner by Francis Scott Key, arranged by Dr. Thomas Seidenheiner, performed by Dr. Orlando Idreda Academy Jazz Ensemble, led by Nicholas and Jerry of Dr. Orlando Idreda Academy School number 26 at 31. Thank you. We will now proceed to the Pledge of Ethics by Adriana Mejia, 8th grade student of Dr. Orlando Hidreda Academy School, number 26 at 31.
As a member of the Elizabeth Public School professional learning community, I will treat people as I wish to be treated. To do that, I pledge to understand that the school community is a special place, listen respectfully when someone else is speaking by paying close attention and not interrupting, speak in a calm voice and use proper language, dress appropriately for teaching and learning, inspire the best of myself and others by celebrating successes and learning from mistakes, care about others by demonstrating acts of kindness, be a lifelong learner by taking every opportunity to learn from others.
You may be seated. So good evening, everyone. Now we're going to proceed with our highlights of the night, which is our performances. We're going to start with our first one, which is Wishing Good New Year, and it's composed by Shu Shang, performed by Mrs. Hu Lang, 7th grade Mandarin students of Dr. Orlando Hidreda Academy, School number 26 at 31. Please give them a big round of applause as they come up. Come on up. Wonderful. Our next performance for this evening is Congratulations by Shen Xingxing, performed by 6th grade Mandarin students of Dr. Orlando Hidreda Academy School number 26. Mrs. Huling and Miss Tiziana Capucia on traditional Chinese instrument, the Iru. Please welcome them.
We are here to bring you the Chinese New Year song, Gong Xi, Gong Xi.
恭喜你，每家家齐上
谢谢大家。
Great job, and the instrument is amazing. Our third performance for this evening is The Little Rabbit by Lee Jin-hoo, performed by pre-K students of Dr. Orlando Hidreira Academy School number 26. All right, here they come. Big round of applause, guys. Very good. You did a great job. Good job. Beautiful how they start so young. Our next performance for this evening is Stompin' at the Savoy by Benny Goodman, Andy Razoff, and Cheek Webb, arranged by Michael Sweeney, performed by the Dr. Orlando Hidreira Academy School number 26 Jazz Ensemble, led by Jenna Cipolla. Here we go. Very nice. On point, on key. Our final performance for this evening is Green Onions by Al Jackson Jr., Louis Steinberg, Booker T. Jones, and Steve Cropper, arranged by Roger Holmes, performed by the Dr. Orlando Hidreda Academy School No. 26 Jazz Ensemble, led by Jenna Cipolla. Thank you very much. You know, as a youngster, I played piano for years, so I sit here and I appreciate so much the notes, the preciseness that you guys have. Very, very, very good. Another round of applause. Thank you guys again. So as they get into gear, just want to go for the first time you're coming to our board meeting. The next part, we continue with our presentations, students of excellence, stars of excellence, community of excellence. So at this part, I would like my board members to accompany me down as we present our student of excellence, stars of excellence, and community of excellence portion.
Hey, Stanley. You lost to Roosevelt Academy.
We did how much?
5. We were winning after the third.
Well, we were supposed to lose.
Yeah, but we were winning after 3.
I didn't want to hear that. But.
Oh, no, Natalie.
Good evening, everyone. It's my honor to present our Student of Excellence Award tonight. We would like to recognize a student who has had a distinguished academic career as a member of the Elizabeth High School Frank J. Sickerell Academy. Born in China, Ambo came to this country at a young age with his parents and grandparents. After settling in Elizabeth, his grandparents were able to open a Chinese restaurant where the whole family worked to make a living and create a better life. During his 4 years at Elizabeth High School, Frank J. Sickerell Academy, he has held the #1 class rank spot throughout all 4 years. Having maintained a 4.8 GPA and earned the AP Scholar with Distinction Award, he's an active member of the Robotics Club and serves as a president team captain. Among his responsibilities are overseeing the team's progress, organizing daily meetings, training new members, leading the construction of the competition robot, and helping keep track of fundraising for the club. Please join me in honoring Anbo Chen for all the excellent academic achievements he has already experienced and the many that he will undoubtedly experience in his future. Will Anbo please come forward?
Good evening, everyone. Our Star of Excellence for this evening was chosen as one of the founding faculty members of School Number 26, where he has spent 20 of the past 21 years. During his time with School Number 26, he has served as a technology teacher and coordinator, an after-school program supervisor, a math teacher, and an instructional coach, a fifth grade teacher, and currently as the International Baccalaureate, or IB, primary years program coordinator and instructional coach. That definitely is a mouthful for the many different positions that this man has served our district in. He was instrumental in helping School Number 26 receive authorization to become an IB World School and offer the IB Primary Years Program in 2014. 5 months later, School Number 26 received authorization to offer the IB Middle Years Program and remains the only school in New Jersey to offer both programs. The IB coordinator role allows him to bring his vast educational career and life experiences, including earning the rank of Eagle Scout, to the core subject areas of language arts, math, history, and science for all primary grades K through 5. Please join us in saluting the outstanding leadership efforts of the IB coordinator for Primary Years Program, Mr. David Riesberg. Will Mr. David Riesberg please come forward?
This guy? Yeah. He's a VP?
Yeah, you think? Because he was standing at the door with the title block.
Nah, there's only one VP. David Reese. How about did we shake Endig's hand? He squeezes a light out of it. Oh, man. How does the family?
He's been in the district? I know that name.
Who?
Endick. So his name is Endick, right?
Yeah.
How long did he been in the district?
He's been here since I've been here.
So even if he was here in the 80s, no, he'd be too old, right?
Those two are match made.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Happy New Year. Our first honoree for Community of Excellence is a validation of our belief that parents and caregivers are both valued partners and active participants in their children's learning, and that a shared sense of mutual responsibility for learning is the foundation for family involvement to ensure student success. Through supporting her son's school, she found how deeply parental involvement benefits children. She has been instrumental in developing the School Number 26 PTA and believes the best place for a person is to be in a school because education can only make you a better person. Please join us in applauding the admirable contributions to Dr. Orlando Adrera Academy School Number 26 community by School Number 26 PTA President, Ms. Rosanna Oliveira.
Good evening, everyone. Our next community honoree, who serves our community as a law enforcement officer, has a fascinating, odds-defying family story that all begins in China. All four of his grandparents were born in China and eventually migrated to Vietnam. His parents were born and raised in Vietnam but fled on a boat along with hundreds of Chinese immigrants to Hong Kong in 1979 due to the Vietnam War. They stayed in Hong Kong refugee camps for 2 years, where they met for the first time. At that time, the Hong Kong government assisted thousands of refugees to settle in other countries. In 1981, his father ended up in Elizabeth, and his mother ended up in California. Eventually, his mother came to Elizabeth to be with his father, and they became married. His parents had 3 children, all born and raised in Elizabeth, and all attended Elizabeth Public Schools. Our honoree started his law enforcement career in 2010 when he joined the New Jersey Department of Corrections as a corrections officer, working at Trenton State Prison before transferring to Union County Sheriff's Office in 2011. A year later, he transferred again to the Union County Police Department before completing his most recent transfer to the Elizabeth Police Department in January of 2015. Currently assigned to the Community Service Street Crimes Division and also as a member of the Emergency Service Unit. Among many responsibilities is the facilitating the spirit of cooperation between the public and the police department. Serving as a liaison between the citizens of Elizabeth business groups and the police department in ways that inform, educate, and communicate information necessary for all parties. Please join me in saluting the admirable efforts of Elizabeth Police Officer, my friend, Billy Lee, in protecting the members of the Elizabeth community while dedicating to bringing them together for the better of our city.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight, for community excellence, we are recognized a few organizations and individuals who have made donations that have support the student of Elizabeth Public Schools. The first of our donors has been frequent support the Elizabeth Public School Special Needs Program. They continue to contribute to our special needs classes by donating funds annually that have been used to support holiday events and gifts for our students. Please join us in saluting the commitment of UNICO to our students and their effort to make difference in their community by living their motto of service above self and their value of unity, integrity, clarity, and opportunity we make up UNICO. Will Nino Guaclina of UNICO please come forward? Thank you.
Thank you so much for everything. We really appreciate it.
Good evening. Our next donor, who we recognize for community excellence, has also made a significant impact on our special need program. Through his generosity, two sensory-friendly pads were graciously donated for school number 12 and school Ronald Reagan Academy School 30. Sensory pads are colorful, creative, and playful way for kids to build in sensory pathway connection in the brain that are responsible for sight, touch, and sound, which enable kids to complete complex multi-stage tasks. Sensory paths are a great way for kids to develop more skills like balance, hand-eye coordination, spatial awareness. They are also an important part of concept called sensory play, which is play designed to stimulate and improve a children's five senses. Please join me in extending gratitude to Sony Drive-In owner, Anthony Marciano, for his generosity and kidney reach the life of special needs students in school number 12 and school 30. Please come forward. Thank you.
Our last but not least, next Community Excellence recipient is a nonprofit organization made up of a group of conductors, engineers, and other New Jersey Transit employees who decided in 1983 to bring joy to special needs children and less fortunate children each and every year. So on December 6th, of last year, approximately 350 students with special needs from several of our schools boarded a New Jersey Transit train known as the Santa Train, and I was fortunate to be on the Santa Train. Fundraising activities are conducted throughout the year in order to fund this Santa Train. Teachers ask their students to write Christmas wish lists to Santa, which are then delivered to our honoree organization, who does everything in its power to help grant the wishes of these children. And Santa delivers the gifts to the children on the train ride. So we're on the train, and here comes Santa. The trip, which runs on the Montclair-Bouton line, all the way down the line, includes students listening to Christmas songs and partaking in holiday spirit activities. Please join me in saluting the honorable efforts of Railmen for Children for their outstanding work to support special needs children and children who are less fortunate. It was incredible. And I'll tell you, I was sitting on that train, music, the windows covered with pictures, the smiles, and they all do it volunteer. So, unfortunately, a representative from the Railman for Children could not be here, but please, big round of applause for all those people on that train. Santa, Mrs. Santa, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, everybody and everyone was on that train and made those children smile. Thank you again. To Jim Tufano. He's the president of the Railman for Children. Thank you. Have a good night.
Good evening, everyone. All right. So, I believe they are here. So, last but not least, and Happy New Year again. Thank you for being here. Last but not least, we present our final Community Excellence Award for this evening to Infinium for their donation of $3,000. Can we give it up for that? to support the Process Technology Program at Thomas A. Edison Career and Technical Academy. This donation will help support a program that prepares students for a career in the manufacturing areas such as oil exploration and production, pharmaceuticals, power generation, and refining and wastewater treatment. Please join me in recognizing their very generous donation. Will Edison Career Academy Principal Fatima Bey please come forward? She is here to accept the award on behalf of Infinium. Let's give Infinium a big round of applause and Thomas Edison Academy a round of applause.
In honor of School Board Recognition Month, a resolution was passed at our December board meeting recognizing the work of our board. On behalf of the Elizabeth Public Schools, as a way to celebrate School Board Recognition Month, and in particular, the members of our School Board of Education who have dedicated countless time and effort to support excellence in our schools, I would like to present each member with the proclamation that was issued by Governor Philip Murphy in honor of School Board Recognition Month. And if you will allow me, I'd like to read the recognition. Whereas New Jersey Public Schools serve nearly 1.4 million children in pre-kindergarten through 12th grade, and whereas nearly 5,000 local School Board of Education members in New Jersey devote countless hours without remunerations to the oversight of school district operations, including finances, policy, curriculum, and staffing. And whereas New Jersey local boards of education endeavor to meet the challenges facing public schools and help students attain the education necessary for post-secondary success so that they may compete in a global economy. And whereas local boards of education have contributed to New Jersey being among the leading states in academic achievement, and measured by the National Assessment of Educational Progress and by district participation and student achievement in the Advanced Placement and SAT assessment, and whereas the National School Boards Association and the New Jersey School Boards Association have declared January 2020 to be School Board Recognition Month, and whereas by making meaningful contributions to public education, the dedicated members of local school boards have greatly enhanced the quality of life in our state through their actions and decisions on behalf of our students. Now, therefore, I, Philip D. Murphy, on behalf of the Governor of State of New Jersey, proclaim January 2020 School Board Recognition Month. I would like to ask for my colleagues in administration to please join me to honor our board members and to thank them by issuing the proclamation. So I'd like to begin with our board president. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. At this time, I would like to share the President's focus before beginning the meeting to public participation. I have designated office hours from 5:30 to 7 every Tuesday night, during which Elizabeth families make an appointment to meet me and discuss any issues or concerns pertaining to the Elizabeth Public Schools. Thank you to our Superintendent, Olga Hugemeyer, for recognizing the work of my colleagues and me as a member of the Elizabeth Board of Education. I know that I'm not only speaking for myself when I say that the work we are doing here is a labor of passion for wanting to change the lives of every child who walks through the doors of our schools. We are here to serve this community, to ensure that our children are receiving the best education possible and the best opportunities to succeed in college, in their careers, and in their lives. While speaking about service, with the observance of Dr. Martin Luther King's birthday taking place this Monday, we are reminded of the importance of giving back to our community and the importance of working together for a noble and just cause. In the spirit of his enduring legacy, I hope you find inspiration to serve your community, no matter how big or small your contribution. I can promise that the experience will be rewarding and your community will be a better place for it. In honor of School Board Recognition Month and Dr. Martin Luther King Day, I thank and express my gratitude to all my colleagues for your tremendous service to the Elizabeth community, as well as to the team members of the Elizabeth Public Schools for your excellent service to our students and their families. In the months ahead, I look forward to visiting our schools, each and every one of them, and our administrative office, each and every one of them, meeting our students and team members, and experiencing the unique and wonderful aspects of each learning community. Thank you. And now we'll just take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll go right into public speaking. Thank you. Okay, thank you. At this time, the microphones are open for public comment to those who have signed in prior to this session. I shall call individuals to the microphone based on the order of the sign-in. Each statement made by a participant shall be limited to 3 minutes in duration. The total time of public comments shall be limited to 60 minutes. No individual is able to yield their time to another individual. All statements shall be directed to the presiding officer. No participant may address or question board members individually. The following rules for public participation shall apply. Time limits will be strictly enforced. No personal attacks on individuals. No vulgar or indecent language. A person may address the board no more than once during a single meeting. Speakers should refrain from naming individuals. Comments or questions posed during public participation will not be debated. As a reminder, this is a meeting of the board in public, not a meeting of the public. The first person to address the board is, I'd like to ask Kason Little.
Good evening. In light of Dr. King's birthday and this month that we honor and celebrate him, I just want to let you know that I have a dream too. And I'm going to inform you all of my dream. I have a dream that one day this school district will not be ran as a politician draw on a box. I have a dream that one day we will not be filled with corruption, nepotism, and greed and cronyism. I have a dream that one day our students will have a seat at the table in decisions that ultimately affect them education. I have a dream that our teachers will actually be thoroughly and properly trained. I have a dream that we will value public's input. I have a dream that our students will ultimately thrive in all aspects of their education and school life. I have a dream that you will pinpoint and address their needs, wants, and wishes thoroughly. I have a dream that your dream becomes their dream that will help them to actually dream big and not small, because they can do it. They're not too far. Their success is only limited to how far they can dream. So to our students who are watching through via live stream, dream on, dream on. Last year, I talked about the need of our district implementing a mental health course. Now, for someone who worked in a mental health field for nearly a year, I can say and truly attest that mental health is real. That was actually a part of, one of the reasons and one of my policy when I have ran for this office as well, is to really focus on implementing a mental health course. It doesn't matter what race, culture, religion, background you're from. It happens to all of us, and it is really real. Our students go through things, trials and tribulations each and every day, and little do you know that it literally affects them in school life. You're not in the classrooms, you only go in the classrooms, pay attention, you don't pay attention to literally what really is going on and how it really affects them. It's not just an at-home thing. They bring it into our classrooms. So they really look to their teachers to have that talk, have that one-on-one, but also learn about it on how they can cope and get through whatever they're going through. Because not everybody has the support at home. Not everybody. So let's take that into consideration when we're actually teaching our kids, is to also teach them about life. We've been recommending that for the past 4 years. And I have not seen one pencil note on the paper going down to really teach about that and think about that. It is critically and important. It is truly important. So think about that. Think about how it affects our kids. Think about how they really need to be taught that in school. So please, let's make that a goal. Let's make that a priority in 2020. Not ourselves, but our kids. And let's save them while we're doing it. Thank you. You don't have to cut me off. I'm already done.
Thank you, Mr. Quesanleno. Next to the microphone, I ask Celia Nunez.
Okay. Muy buenas noches. Mi nombre es Celia Núñez.
Good evening, my name is Celia Nunez.
Yo el día 22 de enero tuve una reunión con la señora Nancy Morales.
Today, the 22nd, I had a meeting with Nancy Morales.
Ella quedó en mandarme a mi casa las hojas que iba a firmar.
She told me she was going to send me home some letters that I needed to sign.
Hasta el día de hoy no ha llegado nada.
Until today, I have not received anything.
Le dije también que a mi hijo lo van a evaluar
I also told her that they're going to evaluate my son
independientemente
independently.
y la evaluadora se comunicó con la case manager de la escuela 22
And the evaluator got contacted with the School 22 council lady.
y hasta el día de hoy no le dan la respuesta para que ella vaya a evaluar al niño.
And until today, she has not received any notification of evaluating the child.
Yo fui al Board Education a buscar a la señora Nancy Morales.
I went to the Board of Ed to look for Nancy Morales.
Hasta el día de hoy ella no se ha comunicado conmigo.
Until today, I have not heard from her.
Yo ya no sé qué esperar o qué hacer para que ella me tome en cuenta.
I'm not sure exactly what more I could do so she could make myself count.
Quiero ver qué pueden hacer ustedes
I
en
wanna-
esa parte porque yo estoy cansada y mi hijo necesita tener sus terapias.
She wants to know what can you do for her in order for her to get some assistance so her child could get the therapy that he needs.
Y la case manager tampoco no me sabe,
And the case manager doesn't know yet either.
no me sabe dar una buena respuesta. Todo está esperanzada en que alguien le dé a ella
She hasn't
permiso.
given me an answer, and she's waiting for somebody else to give her an answer to give mom the answer.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Señora, por favor, si usted pudiera acercarse a esta mesa para hablar con la asistente al superintendente, la señora Finch Johnson,
Okay.
la señora Sánchez, la traductora, la va a ayudar. Necesitamos su teléfono porque usted dio su nombre pero no el teléfono. So I'm going to ask Ms. Sanchez if you could please accompany Ms. Nunez to see Mrs. Finch Johnson. We would like to take note of Ms. Nunez's phone number because I noticed she signed, but we don't have her contact information so that we may follow up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nunes. Next, I call Maria Lorenz.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Something so simple as an IEP review. The state law for New Jersey states that students' IEP should be accessible to each regular education teacher, special ed teacher, related service provider, and other service providers who are responsible for the IEP's implementation. If this sounds familiar, it's because it is bulletin number 58 that was distributed to teachers in the Elizabeth Public Schools. This bulletin was a result of a complaint that I filed with the New Jersey State Department of Education. The reason I filed that complaint is because I have a child that has a rare heart condition. And the gym teacher did not read the IEP. And my child was subjected to running suicide drills back and forth in a gym, accelerating his heart. Now I ask you, if something had happened to my child, who would have been responsible in the school district? You're the board to set policy. Something so simple as not reading an IEP can kill a child, can hurt a child. And something so simple yet has to be so much reminded. Why isn't the board setting policy? Why isn't the board properly training people? This memo affects over 3,000 kids that are classified in this district. And one parent, me, was all it took to make a trickle-down effect. I'll give you something else that it took. The Office of Civil Rights. We stand here today with a translator and a translator website, thank you, to the Elizabeth School District because I filed a complaint with the Office of Civil Rights 7 years ago that stated that there is no translation. So the board members that have been experienced that sit there, that speak for your communities, Portuguese, Creole, Hispanic, there was no translation, but yet you're board members and you sit there and you're there to affect policy. And yet it took a 7-year investigation to now get translation. I don't think that you do all that you can for your community, and that is a shame. Because it took me to file a complaint. It took 7 years to get to this point. And the time is not what matters to me, is that it gets done. So let's pay some more close attention when it comes to special services. Because I remember at a board retreat, Ms. Carvalho says, well, special services is just doing such a great job, that you could have killed my child because you could have accelerated his heart. Doing such a great job that you're not representing the communities that vote and put you there because you don't even consider the translations. So think about that in the new year.
Thanks, Ms. Lorenz. Next, I ask Jocelyn Espina.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My little brother was assaulted. Not that any of you care, but he's 10 years old. He's been bullied at every school he's gone to, but this time he was hit in his stomach by another kid. Instead of your nurses, your vice principals, your teachers doing anything about it, he was brushed off. And instead of addressing the problem, you simply asked my mother if she wanted to move his school. My brother went to the ER, not because the nurses you hired to care for these kids advised my mom to, not because your principal over at School 28 was worried for him. After all, the first thing he told my mom when she was in there was that he was being dramatic and only making a scene because my mother was there. He stayed at the hospital for days, half the time drugged up and the other time crying in pain. Can you picture it? Because there's no reason he should have been put in that situation. You have teachers walk around that gym, and you're telling me not a single teacher saw what happened to him. Not a single teacher that you paid to walk around that gym to stop fights and supervise them didn't notice my brother getting hit. I expect nothing less from a school district who care less about any kid that goes to their schools. He laid there in the nurse's office and cried in pain, and your staff had the audacity to call him dramatic. While he was crying, the nurses didn't tell my mom to take him to the hospital. They sent him home without a nurse's slip and then backdated it when my mom asked for one. My mom went all the way to Beth Israel because that is where doctors are at, only for them to tell her there's a chance that he has internal bleeding and rush him to UMD and J. Do you understand why I'm frustrated? You can go and tell my mom you understand all you want, but until your child is put through this, you won't understand. He is 10 and scared to go back to school, and you failed him. Each and every one of you sitting up there failed him. Your nurses, your vice principal at 28 failed him, and this entire district failed him. But like I said, I shouldn't expect any less from any of you, because as far as I can tell, none of you do your job. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Espina. I call next to the microphone, Rachel Quijano.
I asked my daughter to speak on behalf of our family to describe as a student how safe they feel in our schools. You asked me about what you can do to make this better for Yaden moving forward. Thank you for our transfer, but this is the second school I request for tutoring for 5th graders and was told there isn't any. There is tutoring for 2nd graders, and high school also offers, but what about the children in between? You have a motto, all means all. This is the second request and second deny, clearly shows that our children in between those grades are the forgotten ones. The ones who develop anxiety, the ones who develop depression because they are lost and behind and failing before they reach high school. This is an experience I have already endured with one of my older kids. This is something I am asking you to not let happen to my son. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quijano.
Ms. Quijano, I had met with you personally at school number 28. Please, if there is additional time that you would like to have with me, if you'd like to approach Ms. Finch Johnson, I will certainly meet with you again.
Oh, we can't hear too good. Why don't you come on over?
The Friday we met up, you told me you'll call me the next day, which was Saturday, to see if you can have permission, my permission, to come see my son. You didn't call me.
We set up a meeting with the building principal. We met with the district psychologist
We
immediately
spoke on
afterwards.
Friday.
Correct.
In our conversation, you told me, can I call you the next day to see how Yaden is doing and or come see my son at the hospital? I told you yes. You didn't give me a phone call.
The principal immediately reached out on Saturday as a follow-up.
She didn't reach out on Saturday. That is incorrect. She reached out to me on Monday. So clearly, the communication we have are in between other people. When you tell me you're gonna call me, call me. Don't lie to me. Don't leave me with an empty promise, because that's what I told my son. I told my son that somebody was gonna call and see how he was. Not 4 or 5 days later when he was already out of the hospital. Are you kidding me? That's not how you treat people. When I tell you I'm gonna tell you something, I'm gonna tell it directly to you. Not have everybody else call me to come back and tell you anything. Because all this, you haven't even called me to tell me how my son was doing. Yes, the principal called to come back and tell you. But what about the psychologist? All this transfer and everything, you didn't give it to me. She told me whatever she did on behalf of your part. Where's your part? You haven't called me. You haven't even reached out to me. How's that communication between us two? There is none.
I thought we accomplished a lot in our face-to-face meeting at School 28.
Wow, face-to-face.
So I'm sorry you
Face-to-face,
feel
so you
that way.
saw what I went through, right? You saw how I felt, and then that's face-to-face. What about afterwards? How about when you said you was gonna check on my son? That was a promise. To me, when you give me a word, that's a promise. What happened to that? You didn't even follow through. Not 2 to 3 days later. You were supposed to follow through the next day like you said. How about your emails? The same thing with your email. You said it was gonna, this was Wednesday when it happened. When I emailed you, it was late Wednesday, Thursday. You said you was gonna investigate this. You didn't even investigate it because you was over there at Make Your Own New Jersey seminar that we had in one of our schools. You didn't call me. You didn't, like you said in your email, you was gonna call me, you didn't call me. You had your second person call me.
Thanks.
And it wasn't until I got frustrated with him and told him to relate the message to you. There wasn't just any old child, it was my child. Not your child, but my child was sitting in that fucking hospital. I'm sorry. That child was sitting in the hospital.
Ms. Quijano, we
That's
can
it.
talk about this further then. Yeah, in a more, in a more private location. Thank you, though. Thanks for coming. Listen, we'll meet with you right after we have our contact information, right? Ms. Quijano? Yes? No, we'll give you your time. We'll give you your time. Thank you. Thank you for coming. I'm going to call up Noelle Valentine to the microphone.
Hi.
Hi, good evening.
I'm a student at Memorial School 12. I'm an 8th grader. I came to speak because I no longer want to be a student in Elizabeth Public School because of the issues that have been going on. It's okay. Because in my school, no one believes me. I've been going to to teachers and telling them an issue that happened with me and another student that's been happening for a couple months. And they don't believe me, but when she said something and she said lies, they believed her and they labeled me as a bully. And Monday, they called my mom and they... It's okay. It's all right.
That's okay. It's okay. Why don't maybe?
Hi,
Yeah.
I'm
why
her
don't-
mother. I am Margarita Valentine. For a while now, my daughter has been coming home and expressing the difficulties that she's been having at the school. She has been going to teachers, principals, vice principals, counselors. I've even gone and spoke to the social worker there. For some reason, whatever kicked off, I guess, an investigation or whatever happened between the young ladies, they really didn't sit and have the time to speak with her, give her her time. She has anxiety, so it's very difficult for her to express herself, especially if she's hurt. It's kind of hard to let you know what's hurting, what's happening, because she breaks down. She'll have anxiety attacks and she just shuts down. They automatically just said, you're suspended. This is the second time they suspended her in about less than a month. This time when they suspended her, they actually labeled her as a bully. Due to this, she went home. I went home and informed her. She was so upset that my child had 4 anxiety attacks. One more, she could have had a heart attack. Because she was hurt and felt that it was so unfair that she's being labeled something that she is not, that she's not being given the opportunity to actually inform what was happening. No one wanted to hear her. They didn't want to listen. This is not the first time I have an issue. Not the first time. She wanted to come here and speak. Of course, as you see, she did. But I feel that as a board, you need to find out and need to know what's happening in your schools. Your teachers, your staff, your principal needs to know that it's not a one shoe fits all. There's kids that have special needs. There's kids that go through, like my child, anxiety. You can't just sit down and ask all these questions and demand for her to answer how you want it. These kids have issues. Sometimes they can't express themselves the proper way. It's hard. You can't just say...
Just finish up. But you know what? I think it's more appropriately even we learn more about the situation. So Olga, we can...
Johnson, please, if you could meet with the parent and the child. Sorry. Ms. Finch-Johnson, if you could please meet with Mrs. Valentine and her daughter.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Seeing no one else has signed in to address the board, I close the public portion of this meeting. Next, I'm going to continue on, and I'm going to call upon Mr. John Swisher. Is he here? Yes. The district's auditor from Supply Clooney to present the results of the June 30th, 2019 financial statement audit.
Thank you very much. I am John Swisher. I'm with the firm of Supply Clooney and Company, and we were hired by the Board of Education to perform an audit that's required by the state of New Jersey for the year ended June 30th, 2019. The results of those audits are contained in 2 reports. There's the Auditor's Management Report, which is required by the state of New Jersey and asks us to report on various areas of compliance that they deem to be important. For instance, payroll, expenditures, fixed assets, etc. This is also the report where you'd find any comments and recommendations that came from the results of our audit. And I'm happy to say, I guess, there's only 1 comment. Last year we had 6. All those comments were resolved. And we do have 1 comment, and there's a requirement that it be read into the record, so I'm going to read it in right now. And the finding is, during the course of our audit, we noted that certain additions to capital asset inventory were not reconciled to the district's financial records. And the recommendation reads that the district should implement controls to ensure that the additions to the capital asset inventory are reconciled to the district's financial records. That basically talks about recording things in your budget properly, so when they go to prepare the fixed asset inventory, it's easier to reconcile. And I've spoken to administration about it. I think they've got a good handle on it now. I'm hopeful that that recommendation will come out next year. Again, last year you had 6 recommendations. This year we're down to 1. The second report, the larger of the 2 reports, is the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, the report that contains all the numbers. It also contains an opinion on the financial statements, which is what you really hire us to do at the end of the day. And the opinion basically is a clean opinion, an unmodified opinion, which means that the district can prepare records, financial records that we can put into the format provided by the state of New Jersey, and that is free from material misstatement. And that's the type of opinion that you want, an unmodified opinion, which is good news. I can also say that from a financial standpoint, the district basically held even, okay? Their surplus is around the same amount as it was in the previous year, but I will note that the district was able to transfer some money into their capital reserve, and I met with Finance Committee a couple of days ago to talk to them about the importance of that, and being able to have money available to take care of the needs of the district's buildings. Obviously, you have a large number of buildings, and it's important to have money available to be able to take care of the maintenance needs and the upgrades. So those are the results of the audit. I'll take any questions from the board at this point in time.
Any questions?
No, just want to thank John for the work that they've done. Thank you for, we met the other night, the Finance Committee held our meeting and you briefed us, and we asked a lot of questions at that point. So I believe all the questions have been answered in regards to, our year-end statements and how we're doing as a district and the fact that we've improved as the years have gone on. Obviously, when you first got here, there were a lot of things that we needed to address to make sure that we were running efficiently as a district and that we were fiscally sound. So just want to thank you and your entire team and our comptroller along with his entire team and the business administrator for working as a unit. It's not easy to get through the capital report and do the work that you guys do, so we commend you on a great job.
I appreciate you saying that. And I'll thank administration as well. They're a pleasure to work with, very professional. We ask the questions, we get the answers. And again, this I believe is the 4th year that we've done the audit, and we have come a long way. I believe in the first report that I did, I had 26 comments and recommendations. So we're down to 1, and they're working on it. So hopefully next year I can come back and give you a clean report. So again, I thank the Board of Education. And again, if there's no further questions, you can contact me at any time on any of the questions in either one of these reports.
Madam President?
Yes.
So I'd like to
Commissioner Jacobs.
also echo Commissioner Naran's comments. I'd like to acknowledge the Madam Superintendent, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Malhotra, and also the finance and accounting staff for doing an excellent job. It's quite an amazing thing to have that track record over the years of having less findings and us having only 1 finding this year, which is not very material too at that point. So I think the district has accomplished some great things. Financially, we are in a good financial position that we are very lucky for, and we should all thank our lucky stars that our district is being run physically fit. Thank you again.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to echo thank you. I sat in that meeting, and I see how well you work and you help guide us, and we have an extraordinary team also on board that makes sure everything is running efficiently when it comes to our financing. Thank you again. Have a great night.
Fantastic. Have a good evening.
Madam President?
Oh, yes. Yes, Commissioner Rosa.
I want to say thank you to the committee board members for your hard work and dedication this year. I want to say thank you to our chairperson, Stan. Thank you, Maria, Jerry, and you, Madam President. Thank you because the committee meet frequently and spend hours and hours to review our reports. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you, Rosa.
Madam President?
Yes, Commissioner.
I have a comment, and I just want to address, some of the things that I heard this evening. I'm currently embarking on my 3rd term as commissioner on this Board of Education, and what motivated me to become a candidate many years ago, and still motivates me, is representing the people and representing the people that we serve. And it is upsetting to hear that there's a perception out there that we would be sitting on this board not caring about the children that we serve, not caring about the people who put us in office, or not even concerned about issues of bullying, right? And I believe that's completely not the case. And to sit up here and not address the issue would mean that is the case, right? But I think I speak for every board member that sits up here, and I definitely speak for myself, that we care. Obviously, as board members, we're not in the schools, and we are not doing the day-to-day work, right? But when the issues happen, we address them, and we want to see something done, we want to see it addressed. And when there is a misfortune that happens within a district, we didn't sit here and go to private session and say, hey, we want to see misfortune happen in a school district. We want to see, kids get hurt. We want to not represent the people. That's not what we do. We do the opposite. We sit down and solve problems and come up with solutions. And that's why we work tirelessly, and we leave here at 2 a.m. and we leave here at 1 a.m. and we come here to these, very long planning meetings and committee meetings, and we do this work. So, I mean, the perception that exists out there, I think, before you make these comments and you make these accusations, you really need to sit down and talk to board members or even understand the process of how this works, because yes, it does take a lot of community advocacy for things to happen from time to time, but board members advocate. Board members come, they plan, they make recommendations, they request for things, and sometimes, the federal government looks at board members as unreasonable because they're requesting for things that probably can't happen overnight or just can't happen at all. But we ask, we fight, and we don't always agree, so we're not this, obviously, we go and we have these, we sit in private and we disagree. But we have to come to a consensus at some point to move things forward and make sure that we can get things done. And that's what takes the time. But for the misconception that exists out there that we just don't care, we're not here to do our job and we're not doing our job, I really challenge you to find out what our job is so that you understand it, you understand the process of what we do, and talk to us. We're here. We have an open door policy for us to talk to us, and if there is no, nobody's ever approached any of us where we said, hey, you can't talk to us, or you can't call us, or you won't get a call back, or you can't come to the office and set a meeting with any of the commissioners or even the superintendent or any of the staff members, And if that's happening, let's address it. Let's address it and correct it, because we're not here to become adversarial with the public, and we don't want the same thing with us. We're not here to divide. We already have major issues happening in our country, if you haven't noticed already, and the country's divided, right? And we don't need that right here in our school district, where we're going to be divided with the people that we serve, the children that we serve, the parents that we serve, the staff that we serve. We're here to stand united and band together to come up with solutions so that we can improve our district and be a model district throughout the country. So I think it's something that, you just need to think about, not asking for a reaction or not trying to tell you what you want to hear, but I think we really need to think about, our comments and how we present ourselves, and how, board members feel, because we're up here and we're passionate about the work that we do, and we care, and we set policy. We set policy. We set policy, we address policy, we revise policy, and that's the job of board members, right? And if you don't understand that, like I said, our doors are open. You want to sit down and meet with us, we can talk about it. So, anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Neron. I just want to finish your statement. It was pretty important to mention that we work hard in our job. We try to do the best that we can, but we also do it as a team. And I know we need these people here to help us, because we sit up here, but then we have our team members out in the schools and out in the administration building. So we have to do it together. There's no way. We have to do it together. Okay, thank you again for all the comments, and we're going to move on at this time to our superintendent, Olga Hugo-Meyer, which is going to introduce one of our directors, one of our team members out there every day, front and center.
It is my pleasure to introduce Mrs. Sandra Nunes, who is our Director of Bilingual ESL and World Language. As part of our management oversight schedule for this month. We're going to have an overview of the bilingual ESL world language. The presentation was uploaded on the cloud for our board members. It's available for your preview, and I'm going to ask our technology department, please, if you can also have it available on the screen. Fabulous.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to call up my team, Rebecca Orellana, Maria Triana, and Ileana Mena, and Elizabeth Cruz. So good evening, Madam President, fellow board commissioners, Madam Superintendent, district team members, and our community members. This evening, we will walk you through the 7 components of our theory of managed instruction as it relates to the division of bilingual and ESL, which includes the bilingual and ESL department, the world languages department, and the visual and performing arts department. The successful implementation of the theory of managed instruction is a result of the strong leadership of our district's Board of Education in collaboration with our superintendent. We thank you for this opportunity to present our theory of managed instruction for the division of bilingual and ESL. And I'd like to add, it's so appropriate that we are here at School 26 because this school truly exemplifies our division as a whole, as we saw with our jazz bands, with music, our world languages, and here we house our bilingual magnet program for our English language learners. We hope you enjoy the presentation. Oh, thank you, I forgot. The division of bilingual and ESL consists of the following team members. My administrative secretary, Ms. Connie Falcone. Say hi. Ms. Maria Triana Gonzalez, our bilingual K-5 supervisor. Ms. Rebecca Orellana, our 6 to 12 bilingual and ESL supervisor. Ms. Ileana Mena, our world language supervisor. Ms. Tracy Montero, our visual and performing arts supervisor. Mr. Schiller Ambroise and Ms. Yoli Aguilas, our bilingual and ESL instructional coaches. Ms. Elizabeth Cruz, our bilingual psychologist. And Ms. Julia Cano and Ms. Maria Fatima Pereira, our administrative secretaries, who, with Connie Falcone, are the heart of our division. Day in and day out, this team diligently works to support our teachers, students, and parents. I am both privileged and humbled to work alongside this amazing team, including all of our teachers and support staff. So the first component is our curriculum. And we will begin with the bilingual and ESL department. To better understand the development of our bilingual and ESL curricula, it is essential to acknowledge the various languages spoken by our English language learners. As depicted in the slide, the ESL department services approximately 5,950 ELs, and it continues to grow. Of those, 2.8 speak Arabic, 3.3 speak Haitian Creole, 3.3 speak Portuguese, and 86.8 speak Spanish. The bilingual and ESL department has developed curricula to support the different language programs offered to our English language learners. A full-time program is offered to our Spanish-speaking ELs due to the number of Spanish-speaking ELs, and in grades K to 12. And for Haitian Creole students, we have a full-time program in grades 9 to 12. In this program, students receive instruction in all core curriculum content areas from a bilingual teacher in native language and receive ESL instruction. Students in an advanced bilingual ABL class receive ESL instruction via various content areas by a bilingual and/or ESL teacher. ABL is the bridge from a bilingual setting to an English monolingual setting for our English language learners. A part-time bilingual program is offered at our schools with a large number of Haitian Creole, Portuguese, and Arabic-speaking ELs. Students are assigned to mainstream English classes and receive support for 1 period of language arts and 1 period of mathematics, in addition to ESL. A bilingual resource program is also offered to our Arabic-speaking students. This type of language program provides support in language arts and mathematics. Sheltered English instruction is offered to all of our ELs, specifically those ELs who speak languages other than Spanish. The goal of sheltered instruction is to make content comprehensible to second language learners. Our department has developed a 15-hour online professional development course in order to deliver professional development to our general education teachers.
The purpose of our bilingual component is to provide instruction in the native language to support academic achievement across all content areas. The development of the English social and ultimately academic language is built upon the foundation of the native language. Our bilingual curriculum empowers and honors each student's linguistic asset. In doing so, students become bilingual, bicultural, and biliterate. The ESL component provides English support for all else. This component focuses on the acquisition of the English language in the 4 language domains of listening, speaking, reading, and writing through the social and instructional language of language arts, the language of mathematics, the language of science, and the language of social studies. Depending on teacher certifications and student placement, our teachers fall into one of the 4 categories outlined. The bilingual teachers ensure that the native language instruction consists of the skills and strategies needed at grade level across all content areas. The ESL teacher provides push and support in the second language, English, ensuring that skills are being applied, practiced, and comprehended. The ABL teachers utilize a variety of sheltered instruction strategies to enhance comprehension and apply English daily. Our full-time bilingual program model is called transitional. In the bilingual classrooms, Spanish instruction occurs for most of the day in the content areas of language arts, math, and science. English as a second language is taught through social studies. Once students have demonstrated a strong foundation in Spanish literacy, students are eligible to begin the transfer process, which consists of transferring their native language skills to English. Once students have met the criteria in the native language, the bilingual teacher, in collaboration with the ESL teacher, will determine explicit instruction in English. Our bilingual and ESL curriculum is developed by the Backward Design, Understanding by Design, project-based learning, and 21st century skills that will ensure our ELs will become college and career ready. Here's an example of the instructional materials used in our bilingual classrooms. For ELs of other languages, instructional materials and resources are leveled by English language proficiency or district-created resources that have been developed for Haitian Creole, Arabic, and Portuguese English language learners.
The ESL curriculum is aligned to both the WIDA standards and the NJSLA standards for ELA. The WIDA standards focus on the development of the English language proficiency in the 4 language domains of listening, speaking, reading, and writing through the languages of social and instructional, language arts, mathematics, science, and social studies. In other words, the WIDA standards expect students to understand and use the English language within the various content and social areas. One of the goals of the ESL curricula is to ensure that the content is accessible to all our ELs. As a result, the ESL benchmarks are based on the general education benchmarks for ELA and/or social studies, which are leveled using appropriate instructional scaffolds for the different ESL levels in grades K through 8. For example, as you can see in the slide, a level 1 has more pictures and a word bank, whereas level 3 does not have a word bank and contains much less pictures. Another goal of the ESL curriculum is to prepare and ensure that our Ls successfully transition into mainstream courses. As such, ESL curriculum and curricular materials mirror Gen Ed materials and the Gen Ed curriculum. For example, all 9th graders during marking period 1 will learn about Greek mythology, whether they're in Gen Ed or bilingual, including our level 1 Ls. The ESL curriculum will use modified versions of high-interest, low-level books, such as Odyssey. This approach to curriculum development provides Ls with exposure to the general education curriculum. At the high school, students are placed according to the results of their English proficiency test. Students with a lower English proficiency level are placed in an EB class, which is entering beginning, whereas students with a higher English proficiency level are placed in our BDE class, which is beginning, developing, and expanding. With the growing number of Ls entering the Elizabeth Public Schools with varying academic, social, and emotional needs, the bilingual ESL department has leveraged Title III funds to better support English language learners. Our Title III funds are used to provide above and beyond instruction and resources for our Ls. With these funds, we have created the following programs. The ESL Summer Enrichment Program, which is held during the month of July for students who have been in our district for less than a year. The purpose of the program is to strengthen the 4 language domains through the use of thematic units. This program is offered at all grade levels, K through 12. Last year, we were able to service 230 Ls in our program. The POE After School program is offered at the schools where the highest new entrant support is needed in all content areas for grades 4 through 8. It's offered from January through May. These students are identified and invited to attend. The focus of instruction is on English language development and improving math skills. The Bridging the Gap program is for our 8th grade Ls and is housed in one of our high school academies as a means of supporting a successful transition into a high school setting. The program provides targeted English language development and algebraic skills. This program is due to begin in February, and we will be servicing approximately 100 8th grade students. These students are identified and invited to attend. Bilingual high school teachers are specifically selected to work this program because they are familiar with high school expectations and can better assist the transition into high school. The Best of Both Worlds program is offered at various high school academies with the highest number of new entrants. These students are identified and invited to attend. The focus of instruction is on English language development and improving algebra and geometry skills. Currently, we have over 150 students just at our high school academies in the Best of Both Worlds program. Now, I will pass it over to our World Language Supervisor, Ileana Mena.
Ni hao. Good evening. The World Languages Curricular Framework is the NJDOE model curriculum for world languages, which is composed of thematic units. Each thematic unit addresses student learning objectives, as well as the NJDOE learning standards for world languages, language arts, mathematics, career-ready, and 21st century standards. In addition, the World Languages Lesson Plan addresses all of the above components. World languages in grades K-5 address listening and speaking mainly, but incorporate all other language domains in order to support and scaffold student language learning. In grades 6 to 12, all linguistic domains are addressed: listening, speaking, writing, and reading. Equally, they're addressed equally, which is evidenced in all pacing guides and lesson plans. In this slide, we have the National Council of State Supervisors for World Languages, American Council on the Teaching of Foreign Languages, overview of the proficiency benchmarks, performance indicators, and examples. The can-do statements are a self-assessment tool for students to use as a self-assessment and guide to what they can do. World languages teachers use these with students in order to promote self-awareness and ownership of their own learning. The New Jersey Student Learning Standards for World Languages delineates the standards across language learning levels such as novice, mid, and advanced. Our current World Languages program supports neighborhood schools on a marking period rotational basis, grades 3, 6, and 7. Gifted and talented schools 7 and 22 students receive World Languages Spanish instruction in grades 2 to 8. International Baccalaureate School 26 students receive World Languages instruction in Spanish and Mandarin Chinese in grades K to 8. Our high school academies offer World Languages in French, Spanish, Portuguese, and Italian, and supports levels 1 to Advanced Placement or AP. And now we will share with you our Visual and Performing Arts curricular framework.
The expectation of the New Jersey Art Standards for students in grades K to 12 is to communicate a basic level in each of our 4 arts disciplines of art, dance, drama, and music, using vocabulary, materials, tools, techniques, and intellectual methods of each arts discipline in a developmental appropriate manner. Our pacing in the high school arts allows for mastery and a track to the job force. Students obtain career readiness skills through arts programs as they are integrated into career technology education. Students in our drama, music technology, graphic arts, and commercial photography programs have obtained scholarships and internships through high achievement and participation in each level of our program. As you can see in the slide provided, the arts components offered to our students in grades pre-K to 12 consists of a vast curriculum in visual and performing arts. Our curriculum offers strategies in supporting each student in an equitable arts education in special education, gifted and talented, and bilingual students. The Elizabeth Public Schools has increased participation in all 4 areas of the arts by maintaining partnerships with various organizations such as the Visual Arts Center of New Jersey, Carol Dwarfman Dance Company, Dance to Learn, 10 Hairy Legs, Jazz House Kids, the New Jersey Symphony Orchestra, the Scotch College of Australia Side by Side, the New Jersey City University, and Grounds for Sculpture. These organizations far surpass learning experiences for our students and teachers, with strategies that incorporate all core subjects, integration, and lifelong experiences of arts and culture in society. The Elizabeth Public Schools is proud to offer a summer arts program every year. During the 3-week summer arts program, all students are eligible to apply to the program. Accepting 450 students, each grade may participate in different forms of arts, from marching band and dance to ceramics and photography. All students work towards a culminating project to conclude the chosen theme in the arts program performance. All of the departments in the Division of Bilingual and ESL collect data and use it to monitor and evaluate department curricula. Such data includes district demographic reports, professional development discussions and surveys, department benchmark assessments, including item analysis, the EDL and DRA assessment, and standardized assessments, including the New Jersey Student Learning Assessment and Access for ELS. We now move into the second component, which is our assessment.
We have a variety of formative and summative assessments that drive instruction. Some of the assessments, such as pre-IPT, EDL, DRA, WIDA Screener, and WIDA Model, are used as a means of student placement and services to be provided by our department. Each marking period, over 180 district assessments are modified, scaffolded, and/or translated. Depending on the grade level, these assessments are translated to Spanish, Haitian Creole, and Arabic. They are then uploaded to our digital platform for our students to have the opportunity to take the assessments in a way that emulate the state assessment format. This is an overview of how we scaffold our assessments for grades K to 12 for English language learners of all languages, inclusive of Haitian Creole, Arabic, Spanish, and Portuguese.
Assessment in the world language classroom is ongoing. Teachers assess via classwork, including class participation and engagement. In addition, projects such as project-based learning assignments and regular quizzes, as well as exit slips after each lesson, drive instruction and differentiation. Student achievement is assessed via summative assessments such as unit tests, benchmarks, and final exam.
In the Visual and Performing Arts Department, there are numerous forms of formative assessments that are used throughout the marking period for our teachers to measure student growth, such as critiques and strategic questioning. Team members of the Visual and Performing Arts also use summative assessments, such as concerts and district benchmarks, to measure student growth in each of the arts disciplines, including art, music, dance, and drama. The next component is our interventions.
We have a plethora of interventions for students at all grade levels. These interventions are designed for students of other languages, Spanish speakers, newcomers, math intensification, and to support social and emotional learning. These programs are designed to provide additional support for our ELs. This slide shows the detailed interventions that we use in content areas, English language proficiency, and social and emotional needs.
Interventions in the world language classroom are driven by student performance and need. World languages lessons are differentiated with an emphasis on oral language development and literacy acquisition, always with fidelity to the lesson plan or unit objective. Gifted and talented students are supported with individual assignments, additional research, and presentations.
Teachers in the visual and performing arts can set broad projects and work with groups while asking individual students to direct, model, and suggest lines of investigation and research. This approach develops personal responses and individual development, resulting in original outcomes that will engage and motivate the students. Through the use of the chart, teachers record, track these discussions, particularly if they want to maintain a focus on improvement and ensure good progress. Now we enter professional developments.
Professional development is an important aspect in the bilingual and ESL department. We take great pride in having a strong connection to our teachers. During this 2019-2020 school year, our bilingual coaches have had the opportunity to provide more one-on-one support to our teachers as well as our students of other languages. In return, we have collected valuable feedback that has been the driving force for professional development. In CLI, our teachers have received ongoing training and coaching on implementing best teaching practices in the classroom. The purpose of this initiative is to have our students become powerful readers, thinkers, and writers across all content areas. In transfer, bilingual and ESL teachers were trained in the transfer process, which consists of growth in the native language in writing, reading, and speaking. Teachers use the known in the native language to transfer or transpose to the unknown in the second language. This process is on a student-by-student basis and begins after the ESL and bilingual teacher have determined the eligibility to commence. HMH Arriba la Lectura is fully equitable to HMH into reading the Gen Ed component. Teachers have received professional development in the following areas: implementing best practices using the literacy program, a curriculum overview, and one-on-one coaching sessions specific to student and teacher needs based on data and teacher anecdotal notes. Esperanza. In this program, our goal is in Spanish early literacy is to provide an engaging approach to phonological awareness, alphabetical principles, phonics, writing skills, oral language development, and comprehension. Through Esperanza, teachers were trained on various multisensory strategies to implement in small group instruction. In Envision Math, the Envision Math PD has focused on implementing best practices using the math program, in curriculum overview, one-on-one coaching sessions specific to student and teacher needs, and this program features an online component in various languages, such as in Arabic and Haitian Creole.
With the assistance of the Institute of Museum and Library Services grant, our department was awarded and entered into a partnership with Calta 21 and the Visual Arts Center of New Jersey. This partnership provided teachers with visual thinking strategies to engage students with artwork in order to develop and increase literacy and social emotional skills. Our social emotional learning professional development came as a result of the influx of newcomers from all areas of the world. Our department was selected to participate in a partnership with the New Jersey Office of Refugees and the NJDOE in an effort to support newcomers and recognize the struggles as they enter a new country. Throughout this three-part workshop, the district developed an action plan to train our teachers on the implementation of social emotional strategies in all classrooms. In support of our district's promise, we believe all students, regardless of English proficiency, should be given the academic access to achieve excellence. As a result, 646 teachers have been trained to implement sheltered instruction strategies across all content areas, including special education, art, music, drama, theater, and physical education. It is imperative for all teachers that come in contact with our Ls to understand the nature of best practices in developing a second language.
The Bilingual Education Parent Advisory Committee, or BPAC, is very special because several different individuals come together and volunteer their time because of their grand dedication for our bilingual students. Together, we discuss the current needs of the ELL population and their families and decide what they may need more information about. We then plan and host workshops that are interpreted in several languages and end with a survey in order to follow up and improve our workshops as we go. As part of our committee, we are currently developing a parent welcome guide and report card glossaries. Through the hard work BPAC members so graciously put in, we are able to inform and reach more and more parents. We hope that by doing so, newcomer parents are encouraged to become engaged in their children's schools.
Our professional development in world languages is informed by changes in curriculum, student need across all levels of language learning, the need to place students in the appropriate world language level classroom in order to provide him or her with the best environment and opportunity to maximize his or her learning potential. In addition, all world language teachers receive professional development in current requirements from College Board regarding expected performance in advanced placement exams. It is important that all world language teachers are aware and support high levels of language acquisition and literacy in order to foster solid student performance. Teachers also engage in collegial visits to discuss challenges and best practices and to foster a sense of community which enhances and supports classroom practice.
Professional development in the Visual and Performing Arts Department is ongoing throughout the school year through the support of the Supervisor of Visual and Performing Arts. Through surveys of the arts teachers, we as a district have learned that our teachers want to learn new skills to take back to their classrooms and to be able to connect with like-minded colleagues. Professional development in the area of specialty is refreshing and invigorating to our arts teachers, and often we see the techniques and strategies implemented immediately in the classrooms and through student growth and assessments. During professional development, teachers have the opportunity to network with their colleagues, to share ideas and best practices in the arts. Our next component is human resources.
The bilingual and ESL department continues to work in conjunction with neighboring universities to recruit and hire bilingual and ESL teachers. The department oversees 352 bilingual and ESL teachers and is growing daily. As you can see by the slide, it depicts the breakdown of the teachers and the different categories that they fall under.
Our Division of Human Resources, in collaboration with the World Languages Department, interviews and selects fully certified staff. This is a breakdown of our current staff members and where they are currently serving our students.
When hiring for the Visual and Performing Arts Department, a visual, performing, dance, or drama teacher needs to be able to showcase his or her own work and allow students to do the same. The same teacher should be able to teach students basic techniques and encourage them to take the techniques further. This slide shows the teacher breakdown in grades pre-K to 12. The next component is student information system. PowerSchool serves as a centralized system to register new entrants. It also allows departments to monitor student enrollment, eligibility, assessment scores, and attendance. It also allows our parents to view their child's academic records and is used for state and federal reporting. The last component of managed instruction is our accountability. All departments work with elementary schools and high schools to increase student achievement and readiness for college. The department evaluates and supervises team members while providing guidance and leadership to schools.
To comply with federal regulations implementing ESSA, our school districts in New Jersey must administer the Access for ELS 2.0 Language Proficiency Assessment. Results will be used in the calculation of schools and districts' performance on the Progress to English Language Proficiency indicator in the school accountability system. Our department, in collaboration with school administration and teachers, determine the eligibility for students to exit our program using composite access score and multiple criteria. Although students may exit the program, as a department, we track their progress for a total of 4 years. In doing so, we ensure we have provided optimal support and students' progression is evident.
Benchmark data are collected and analyzed to ensure fidelity to the NJDOE model curriculum for world languages. Lessons are planned and delivered through detailed, standardized lesson plans guided by district pacing guides.
In the Visual and Performing Arts Department, teacher observation using the Danielson framework are used to ensure the delivery of rigorous instruction in the arts education, which integrates the New Jersey Student Learning Standards in supporting all students in reading and language skills, mathematics skills, thinking, social emotional learning skills to foster a creative and positive school environment. So we would like to thank our Board of Education members for your continued support and commitment to our division. And I would also like to thank, and I'd like to call, because we have bilingual teachers here who really they're the ones who are with us, and they're the ones who support and provide that assistance to our parents, to our students. So if you ladies can come here, because we want to say thank you, Miss Fontaine, Miss Luzardo, Miss Lady Laura Bueno, please come here. Miss Sanchez, because you're, and our ladies here, Connie and Julia and Fatima, please come, because we really, this is our team, and it wouldn't be possible without their hard work. So, thank you. Come on, ladies. Your hair?
I would like to thank you for a phenomenal job that you have done on presenting the work in all of the departments, bilingual, ESL, world language, and the visual and performing arts. And this is a department that has been designated a model program in previous years. You have supervisors that serve on various New Jersey Department of Education committees, and you also have helped so many school districts that have come to ask for your help in designing curricula for their respective students that they serve. You played a critical role in the organization, and a special thanks to you, to all of our teachers, to our psychologists, to our supervisors, to everyone that works so hard and diligently every year, every single day to support our children.
Thank you.
Hold on 1 minute. Commissioners, any questions, comments?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Board President, I just want to shadow our superintendent's words and just thank Director Nunes as well as your entire staff who are with you, who are up in the schools, for going above and beyond for our students and for our school community. We truly do appreciate it and look forward to doing the great job that you continue to do each and every year. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Pestana. Commissioner Rosa Moreno?
Yes. Everybody know I have passion for education. First thing I want to say, congratulations, the Visual Art Department, World Language, and Bilingual. I'm very proud of the department. And I want to say only 5 things. First, the projects based on learning for information for the community is a project like the teacher decide based on interests or needs of our student. That means it is amazing when our student arrive to the classroom and identify a teacher who design a project based on interests and needs and try to connect with the real world problems. Second one, our visual strategic discussion. The student arrive to our classroom and they can see the picture prompt, and based on that picture, they can develop different kinds of discussion. Number 3 is our after-school program, POE, who serves 150 students. And I would like to inform the community, like we have the Seal of Biliteracy. Union County have 21 cities, and it's only 10 cities who have the Bill of Biliteracy. That recognize the student in senior year who graduate with high performance in another language or another languages. And finally, our superintendent, our bilingual department, world language, and a proud teacher of Jersey City Public School, and I want to inform the community, my district, Jersey City Public School, contact Elizabeth Public School and visit this wonderful district to follow and try to identify what is the best thing we're doing right here to be able to do it over there. I'm very, very proud as a board member, as a teacher, as a mother, and as a person who arrived in this wonderful country with 60% of the English language. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Madam President?
Oh, of course. Yes, Commissioner Jacobs.
I just want to thank each
Commissioner
and every one
Carvalho?
of you for all of your hard work. It truly is a testament because you produce our scholars, and without the work that you put in and day out, and we know that you multitask, and we know that there's more to it than just working with the bilingual department. And we recognize that, and we thank you, and we thank you for not giving up, because it's not easy. 29,000 students, and more than half of them go through you, and we recognize that, so thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Madam President, I'd like to echo the compliments of my fellow board commissioners, but I think what's most telling about your department is, for me, who is a data person, is the annual increases that we've seen on the standardized testing for English language learners over the last 4 or 5 years. And that's been accomplished with the great influx of students. Over 5,000 of our students are English language learners that your department has been able to handle and been able to excel in. And I think that's one of the most telling successes that's coming out of our English language learners department. And I want to say congratulations. I also want to thank you, as my fellow board members did too as well, on all of your great work and accomplishments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Well, we know the bilingual and the ESL education is such an important element of this school district. So I want to thank you, because bringing the integration to the Elizabeth Public students is such an important thing, and you do it every day. So thank you again, and thank you for the presentation.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks. Have a wonderful night. At this time, I request a motion to go into private session to consider matters exempt under the Open Public Meetings Act, specifically for the discussion of legal matters, specifically uniform policy, use of facilities, and workers' compensation matters, specifically LR, LM, WF, PT, and field trip considerations. The board will reconvene in public and may add to the agenda. Any comments, questions? So may I have a motion and a second, please?
Motion to go to private section.
Thank you. A motion has been made and second, properly seconded. Roll call, Mr. Kennedy?
Carvalho. Yes. Chevres.
Yes.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Jacobs.
Yes.
Maureen Ortega.
Yes.
Naran. Pastana.
Yes.
Barbosa.
Yes. Agenda setting meeting. We will go tab by tab and each board member may ask questions. Here we go. Tab 1, minutes of the meetings of December 5th and 12th. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, hearing none, please add the minutes of the meetings to the agenda. Mr. Kennedy? Then we have tab 1A, Secretary Treasurer's Report. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, hearing none, please add that to the agenda. Moving on to tab 2A, Personnel Report.
Mr. Cuesta, if you wouldn't mind, please providing a summary of your tab 2A personnel report.
Hello? I'll be happy to. Before you, for your consideration, members of the board, you have 20 appointments, 11 certified staff, and 9 non-certified. This includes assistants, guidance counselor, teachers, bus driver, custodians, etc. You have quite a few transfers, and just as a friendly reminder, sometimes staff members request a transfer. Often, when someone returns from a leave of absence, then a transfer becomes necessary. So there are a number of reasons why this happens. We have 6 retirements. We have 4 resignations. And as you know, I always like to highlight the changes of salary and basically due to the fact that teachers complete a master's degree of 32 credits beyond the master's. And I'm also happy to report that we have custodians who obtain their boiler license. So therefore, they also get an increase in pay. So the opportunities are here for everyone to get a promotion in the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cuesta.
Madam President?
Yes, sorry, Commissioner
The
Carvalho.
retirements, Mr. Cuesta, have we filled the positions for the retirements?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
The retirements, are we filling those positions in this agenda? Because I couldn't. Are we filling the retirement positions in this agenda? Because I couldn't correlate them.
Well, one of them, I believe we are. Actually, 2. The guidance counselor, I know we are. The bus driver, we are. And I don't believe, and 1 teacher, I don't believe the LDTC. I could be wrong, but I don't believe so.
And the guidance counselor is for school. I'm sorry. School 5?
Yeah, the guidance counselor should be on the first or second page of the appointments.
That was deleted, though, the retirement.
The retirement?
The retirement was deleted. Yes, there's a note on page 10 under the name.
Right, that's why I'm asking. So it's deleted in the retirement. So that person is not retiring, and we're hiring a counselor.
We're hiring a counselor, correct.
I'm sorry, but is one being retired? Because we have a deleted note on it.
Say that again?
On page 10,
so
there's one that's being listed as retired, but there's a delete note next to the person's name. So is that person retiring or not?
I think I could clarify. Board Member Jacobs just clarified. If you go to page 11, there's an ad. It was different from what we received.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's a change
So
from
she
retirement to resignation. Is that the one you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes.
She went from a retirement to
Yes.
resignation.
Because we received it twice, that's why.
Yes.
We didn't.
Thank you.
And the bus driver, Mr. Cuesta?
Bus driver is someone who is retiring, I believe effective March. So a person has been, one of our substitute drivers has been recommended for that particular position.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Pardon me. Thank you, Mr. Cuesta. Okay, so...
One more question?
Any other questions?
I have one more.
Yes.
Page
Commissioner.
21. The general worker was from the warehouse? I always get, it says a general worker 6. Does that mean that person was only working 6 hours or, as a sub? Page 21?
Right.
Is that what that means? The 6? Is that 6 hours or?
No, it means the person became a custodian, right? If we're looking at the same...
Being
yes.
transferred, yes.
Correct.
The general worker, was that part-time or as a sub?
No, a general worker, 6 hours.
That was it, 6
is,
hours.
Full-time.
So 6 hours already had benefits?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, commissioners? So please add tab 2A, personnel report to the agenda. Tab 2B, supplemental personnel report. Comments, questions? Seeing none, hearing none. Tab 2B, supplemental personnel report. Please add to the agenda. Moving on to tab 3. I'm sorry, Mr. Cuesta, I have a question on, I'm sorry, I'm going to go back to 2B. On the last page where the substitute bus attendant and substitute security guard list, does that modify on a monthly basis? Going back to 2B, page 6.
Can you repeat the question, Madam President?
No, I have a question. So the substitute bus attendant that's on this agenda, next agenda, they just continue to carry that role as a substitute bus attendant?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. President, would you know how many subs we have? I'm just curious how many substitute drivers we have at this point. I know Mike's not here, he left. If we could find out,
I'm sorry, repeat that?
if possible for the next meeting, if we can know how many sub-bus drivers we have.
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Cuesta, can you also find out how many sub-security guards we have as well, please? Thank you.
And just continuing on custodian.
Mr. Cuesta, last but not least, you might as well add the custodians on that list too.
Oh.
So find out the sub for the drivers, the security guards, and the custodians for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Mr. Cuesta. Moving on to tab 3, tuitions report. Comments, questions?
I have a question for Mr. Kennedy. Madam
Yes,
President, I'm
yes.
sorry. Mr. Kennedy, with the police officers, we had, that doesn't show here, right? The payments for the security?
No, that would show up on the claims list.
Individually?
Not the individual people. It gets transferred over to an account maintained at the city. So I think it says off-duty police officers.
I want to thank you and your staff for your work this week in trying to resolve those quirks.
Yeah, I think it's going to work out
expedite.
fine. Now they're going to have an escrow account that we're going to fund with, I think, $25,000. They'll draw down against that, and then we'll replenish it. So they'll just cut out some of the steps of
Thank
the
you.
police
Thank you.
officers waiting.
Thank you, Commissioner, for bringing that up. I think that'll make the process much quicker. Thank you. Okay, any more comments or questions? Seeing none, please add the tuitions report to the agenda, Mr. Kennedy. Tab 3A, supplemental tuitions report. Comments or questions?
3A.
Seeing none, hearing none, please add the supplemental tuitions report to the agenda. Tab 4, 4A, considerations. Comments, questions? Any highlights, Madam Superintendent?
On tab 4A, I'd like to highlight, we have various professional development opportunities that we have included. As an example, a conference that is taking place with regard to training for our kindergarten teachers. This opportunity has been being funded under Title I. We also have our social workers and guidance counselors that are attending 504 training as well. We also have staff members that are attending career and technical education training, in addition to technology training as well. As we continue on with the report on page 2, we have our supervisor from Special Services, as well as our HIB supervisor that will be attending basic restorative practices training. They will become trainers for the district so that they can institute a train-to-trainer model moving forward in order to support our schools. We also have our Director and Coordinator of Transportation that will be attending the New Jersey Pupil Transportation Conference. In addition, we have additional professional development opportunities, and it supports the presentation from earlier this evening by our Director of Bilingual and ESL, Sandra Nunes. We have several teachers that will be attending the New Jersey TESOL conference. And in fact, on the last page of this report, on page 3, we have staff members from our high schools that will serve as presenters at the conference. So we're very proud of them that they were selected based on the topics that they had submitted.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent.
Madam President?
Yes, Commissioner.
I had noticed on this tab of the agenda that Dr. Cedeno and also Madam Superintendent are attending the College Board Historically Black Colleges and Universities, HBCU Conference in Chicago. And I was wondering if Madam Superintendent could comment on that as well.
Absolutely. This past year, I had the honor of serving on the Superintendent's Council for the College Board. It's a 3-year appointment. So I have been able to avail myself to the various professional development opportunities that are being offered through the College Board. Very excited to be working with the College Board and be able to work closely with our HBCUs. I believe it's going to be a tremendous opportunity with regard to the various practices that we can bring back to the district and share with our administrators, as well as promoting post-secondary education and college and career readiness. So very excited. The conference is on March 11th and 12th, so I look forward to reporting out at our March board meeting with regard to the recommendations for your consideration.
Thank you so much, Madam Superintendent. We
Certainly.
look forward to hearing your report. I'm sure that's going to be a very interesting conference, somewhat along the lines of our equity policy initiatives as well.
Indeed. It supports our policy that was instituted by our board last year. It aligns to the district's equity goal in terms of addressing all of our learners, and specifically with regard to our high school students. I'm very excited.
Thank you.
Madam
Thank you.
President?
Yes, Commissioner.
Mr. Kennedy, as it relates to the purchasing of flights and tickets, does this go out for RFP? I've never seen the breakdown of airfare, hotel. Like, do we have an agent?
Yes.
And how do we pick that agent?
We've just been using the same agent historically.
Okay. Can you provide
Sure, I can
that?
tell you.
If you could provide that information
Yeah.
to the board. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner Carvalho. So we will add tab 4A, if there's no more questions, tab 4A considerations onto the agenda, Mr. Kennedy. Moving on to tab 4B, use of facilities. Questions, comments?
Yes. I'm very excited to see it working.
I'd like to take this minute just to, I always wanted to thank the associations and the different clubs that come and use our facilities. Thank you for the support. They come and support us by using our facilities and partnership in here. Okay, so tab 4B, please add the use of facilities to the agenda. Mr. Kennedy? We have 4BB, supplemental use of facilities. Any questions or comments? Seeing none and hearing none, Mr. Kennedy, tab 4BB, please add to the agenda. Moving on to 4C, which is our field trips considerations. And we have a lot of them. Any questions or comments?
Madam President?
Yes,
We're on tab
Commissioner
5.
Jacobs. Yes.
I'd like to just take this opportunity to comment and thank Principal of Thomas Jefferson Arts Academy, Mr. Michael Ojeda, who for the second year in a row has decided to forego his stipend for being a part-time Avid staff developer and donating those funds back to his school's student activities account. Mr. Ojeda, as we all know, is very passionate and dedicated to his students, and this just proves how he's willing to go above and beyond, and how much we appreciate him in the district. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Great point, Vice President. That's absolutely fabulous. And yes, a quick summary.
Certainly. For our field trip considerations, we have a total of 284 field trips that have been included in this report. We have STEM Day at Six Flags Great Adventure. We have various performances at Union County Performing Arts. We have additional opportunities at Kane University, the Visual Arts Center in Summit, New Jersey. We also have trips to Liberty Science Center, Destination Imagination, Special Olympics bowling event, so a variety of opportunities that are being afforded to our children.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. It's great to see our kids getting out there and getting the experience. Any questions, commissioners? Okay, Mr. Kennedy, let's place tab 4C on the agenda. Tab 4D, HIB investigative results. You can please add these results in the report, pardon me, to the agenda. Tab 5, authorizations report. Questions or comments? Yes,
I have a
ma'am.
few highlights I would like to share with the board. On page 1, we have our annual partnership for a clinical affiliation agreement with Kane University. It serves as an an internship site for our students for continuing clinical learning experiences. We also have 2 of our schools that are applying to become School of Characters, school number 13 and our Early Childhood Center, school number 52. And that's one of the district's goals, is to eventually become a district of character. And it's wonderful to see so many of our schools that have applied and have been recognized and deemed as schools of character. On the second page, School 21 is participating in a Pen Pal handmade card exchange with students from Poland. That's a new initiative for this school year. Also, recently this week, we had our EHS Frank J. Ciccarelli Academy participate in a side-by-side with the Australian high school band students. This recommendation it was so successful this past week that they are returning on April 1st. So it's a fabulous partnership. I also want to thank our Elizabeth High School because they were able to raise $1,400 in order to support Australia, as we know, the tragic wildfires that have impacted so many communities. We also have an opportunity to have our partnership with the Historical Society of Elizabeth, and various schools will have the opportunity to attend a forum in the spring. Those are the highlights for this report. I'm sorry, if I may. We also have a total of the fundraising requests. We have a total of 172 fundraising events that have been included in our authorizations report.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Any questions or comments?
Madam President,
Yes.
on page 7, there's a donation, I believe. Yep, am I wrong one?
6, I think.
Page 8, there was a donation from Gordon Haas. He just recently retired from the Chamber of Commerce. He was the director and head of our chamber, and he very graciously donated a baby grand piano that is at School 7 now. So I'd like to thank Mr. Haas not only for his dedication to our city, but he's retired and now moving out of the city of Elizabeth to an out-of-state, and even with that, he remembered us and decided to donate a baby grand piano to us.
That's wonderful. Any other questions or comments? Mr. Kennedy, tab 5, please add the authorizations report to the agenda. Tab 6, finance and accounting report. Authorization to pay vouchers. Questions or comments? Seeing none, hearing none, please add the authorizations to pay vouchers to the agenda, Mr. Kennedy. Tab 6A, supplemental finance and accounting report, transfer funds. Questions or comments? Seeing none, hearing none, please add the transfers of funds to the agenda. Tab 7, award of contracts report. Madam Superintendent?
Thank you. So we have a variety of professional development contracts that have been included. Contract with VIP Community Services for Title I parent training at School 1, School 15, at Edison, for the remainder of the school year from January to June, consisting of 6 sessions. We also have additional professional development being provided to our teachers through staff development and contract with Inspired Instruction, professional development that's being offered at school number 16, specifically on training that will address the New Jersey learning standards. We have, as we continue on, a number of contracts for professional development funded under the title funds for our non-public schools. Earlier this evening, our Director of Bilingual and ESL spoke to the importance of sheltered instruction training, and you can see that on page 2, contract for sheltered instruction that will be offered to the teachers at our William F. Halsey Health and Public Safety Academy. We also have additional training being offered to our teachers at school number 23 on our New Jersey Student Learning Standards. Additional professional development being offered. There's a reference to on page 3, new teacher sessions. We have a total of 5 new teacher cohorts. So when teachers are hired, our Division of Staff Development works with them to enroll them in what we refer to as cohorts. They are monthly meetings in order to support our new teachers so that they can be successful in their first year in our school district. So the contract that you see here is training on classroom management strategies that are going to be offered to our 5 cohorts of new teachers. We also have training being offered on understanding the culture of urban poverty at school number 1. On page 4, we have a contract for our spring athletic equipment and supplies that has been included. We have on page 5, recommendation from our Director of Plant and Property for the replacement of a sanitation truck. We also have a recommendation as well from our Director of Plant and Property for the monitoring of underground water at 2 of the sites that are listed on the report. On page 6, we have an amended contract with Catapult Learning that provides our wraparound services, and it is to include School 2 as a new site. So once a school informs our Division of Early Childhood that there is a class of 15 students that require the before and after care, we're able to have Catapult Learning open a new site. So School 2 has come on board. On page 7, as recommended by our Chief Information Officer, we have the refreshing of our starboards with what is referred to as a View Sonic boards. These View Sonic boards were implemented earlier in the school year, as well as last year at Hamilton Annex, at School 14 Annex, and also at School 51. As you can see, the contract is to install them at school number 2. We also would like to highlight at the bottom of page 7, we have training for our parents on dyslexia awareness that will take place on February 13th. And as we continue on page 8, we have a very, also a highlight to our presentation earlier today, the partnership with the Visual Arts Center. There are multiple professional development opportunities, as you can see here, that benefit our students at Thomas Jefferson Arts Academy through their enrichment courses that they offer, as well as training for our 8th grade students that have the opportunity to visit the Visual Arts Center and engage with the artists there, in addition to professional development for 60 of our visual arts teachers, and that's done on an annual basis. And those are the highlights from tab 7.
Madam President? Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Commissioner.
I had a question on our contract with Challenger Fence. That netting, is that at the same field and in addition to what we funded for the field, for a new field?
I'm sorry, page?
Page 5.
Oh, thank you.
School 28 net, the netting that is being recommended by Mr. Cotto.
Is that in addition to the funds that we put in for the new field?
That is
Yeah, it's in addition
planned.
to the repair of the carpet.
Okay.
So there was a problem with foul balls down at that field, so this is an attempt to, I guess, not solve it, but mitigate it somewhat.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. And on 7B, I know that there's the awards of the contracts. What projects is this covering for School 9 and School 1?
Hold on, Commissioner, 1 minute, and then we're 7B.
So just a side note, just a side request, actually. I know there was discussion on doing the food sharing table to pilot into schools. Do we know where we're at in seeking the vendors for the bins?
I'm sorry, I'm so challenged by the noise, and I'm so excited that it's dying down, and somebody shut it off, whatever that is.
Gonna start up in a minute.
I can actually help with
cannot
the
hear
answer to that
anything.
question. You're talking about the food sharing table and getting the cool bins?
Yes, we
So-
discussed about piloting it in 2 schools, so I was wondering where we were at in finding a vendor for the bins.
So the food bank actually just offered us at the Food Coalition free bins, free coolers and refrigeration, and Jamie Levitt is going to follow up on that to make sure that we can secure that, for the food sharing table.
Do we know how many bins they're donating?
Well, it's not bins; it's actual coolers. So they're like a mini fridge.
Right. Do we know how many?
2.
Okay.
Well, however many we need.
Okay.
But I think we're going to do it at 2 locations. So because we're going to do it at 2 locations, we'll probably only need 2. But if we need more, they'll gladly provide it for us.
Thank you, Commissioner Nero.
You're welcome.
Madam President, go back to the School 28 softball field. The field be done before the season start? Any update about that?
Yeah, they've said it's going to be done
Taken off.
in the beginning of March, so it should be ready.
Thank you.
The
Thank
jet,
you, Commissioner.
the jets are starting up again.
We're taking off.
We're going somewhere that's warm.
Buckle up.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Madam President?
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes. Page number 6, catapult program. I have a question. I see a school 26. Will the student at school 26 have the catapult program in this same school? Because right now the student moved to school 50. Does mean we have more students and we'll be able to provide the service right here, or we continue to move the student to school 50?
I would be happy to follow up with our Director of Early Childhood to confirm. You are absolutely correct. We've been operating the School 26 Catapult wraparound program at School 50. That is my understanding that they are still at School 50, but I'll be glad to confirm that information for you.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Madam President?
Oh, of course, yes.
Page 3, the contract with staff development workshops. I understand that is, I guess, Madam Superintendent, can you just explain, does this go out to bid? Do we have a choice on how much money we spend? Because this is for the Jewish Educational.
Yes, so that is through title funds. So that allotment comes directly to us with regard to the amount under Title II for each of the non-public schools.
So the money comes and
Yes, absolutely.
It's
So for
allocated and
it is.
it doesn't come out of
absolutely.
our budget.
It is not part of our budget. That is not part of our budget. That is correct. It is a total allotted amount through the federal government. We have an obligation to ensure that we have communication agreements with our non-publics. There's a separate funding that is provided under Title I and Title II for our non-public schools. So the money funnels through Elizabeth, through our Elizabeth Board of Education.
So it's in our packet, right?
It is,
All right,
yes,
I'll
absolutely.
look through it tonight. Thank you.
If you would like, I can provide a report for
No,
each
no,
of the
I'm
titles.
good. I just wanted, I was not clear on whether it was part of our budget or...
Not part of our Elizabeth budget. It is money that comes in from the federal government and is allocated to the non-publics.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have a question on the first one, Madam Superintendent. The contract with VIP Community Services, these training workshops, so do you have an example of like what a workshop would be? Like,
Yes, as an example, the contract with Inspired Instruction that's being offered at school number 16. There are 2 professional development training sessions, so they're working directly with the teachers so that they have a firm understanding of the learning standards. So our curricula is aligned to the New Jersey learning standards. It's important for teachers to understand how a learning standard is structured, what the grade level expectations are, so they invest time in providing training to our teachers. So these vendors work collaboratively to review our district curricula, so there's a connection during these professional development sessions with clear examples that tie back to our district curriculum.
oh, I see. But, and the workshops for the parents specifically on that one?
Oh, yes, for this one, correct. I can certainly provide you a listing of the topics that will be presented.
Okay.
That is
Yeah.
not a problem, certainly.
Thank you.
Topics for parent training.
And just to piggyback off of that one, are these, 'cause I know some schools, they actually offer these parent trainings various times during the day.
Yeah, so
Is this the case at these 2 schools? Do
That
they
is
offer them in
correct.
the morning and then also like later afternoon or in the evening?
Yes, they
to try to accommodate?
communicate with regard to the availability of their school community, and they offer the trainings during those times, absolutely. In
Wonderful.
order to maximize these opportunities for
And
our parents.
to accommodate our working parents, right?
Absolutely, absolutely correct.
Madam President?
Yes, Commissioner Jacobs.
So to piggyback off of Commissioner Pestana's comments regarding the parental workshops, do we ever receive any feedback or surveys collected from our parents on, were these topics helpful for them? How many parents are attending these workshops? Is the times convenient for them? General information as far as the effectiveness of these workshops for these parents? Do
Yes.
we have that data?
I can provide the data for this school year. The Division of Staff Development does provide, they're referred to as evaluation surveys that immediately are provided after a session. So I'd be happy to share those results with the board so that you can see how parents are responding
Thank
to
you,
the
Madam
training.
Superintendent.
Oh, absolutely.
How far back can we go?
I can speak to this year in particular because that was instituted for this school year. I can certainly check to see if we have for previous school years.
Thank you.
Madam President,
Yes, Commissioner.
page 9, contract with professional education services. Can you please explain to provide home instruction service and need for Elizabeth student and need to high focus center? What's mean high focus centers?
I'm sorry, what?
What kind of home instruction is this? I want to
Page 9.
make sure.
On page
Page number 9, contract with professional education services. The home
Certainly.
instruction part.
Bear with me 1 second. So it's home instruction services that are provided to the students that attend that out-of-district school. That's essentially what the contract is for.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Any other questions, Commissioners? Okay.
Limited time, but we have to, after the 3rd day, home instruction has to be provided.
Seeing no other questions, Mr. Kennedy, please add the award of contracts to the agenda. Tab 7A, supplemental award of contracts. Comments and questions, Commissioners?
Because in general, it's a short-term for home instruction. Yes, I see your point, that the double expenditure, yes.
Seeing none, Madam Superintendent, anything on 7A?
sorry.
No, highlights.
Yes, I would like to highlight on 7A, the contract for Girls on the Run. It's a fabulous program that is open to all of our schools. My understanding is we already have 5 schools that historically have implemented Girls on the Run. There's a social emotional learning curriculum that is included. There's voluntary participation, and the highlight for the students is at the end of the school year, they get to run in a 5K race. So fabulous organization that we partner with. We have contract with Nickerson, and that's going to support lockers for school number 92. Our new high school that opens in September. We also have a contract with Liberty Mechanical Contractors, which is the contract that's listed at the bottom of on the first page, and as recommended by our Director of Plant and Property and Equipment, it is to replace 3 boilers at school number 29. We had 2 that failed, and the third one, right, Mr. Kennedy, upon further examination, is not faring well.
Oh, no. Okay, thank you.
Certainly.
Any other questions on tab 7A? Seeing none, hearing none. Mr. Kennedy, please add supplemental award of contracts to the agenda. Tab 7B, second supplemental award of contracts report. Questions or comments?
Madam President?
Question?
Yes, commissioners.
However, we might have the same
Yes,
question.
Commissioner Hernandez.
Sorry that I jumped the gun before. I just wanted to know what projects this amount was covering. What projects?
Yeah, I'll have to get to the
This is
detail of it.
covered.
This page is just a change order page, but it doesn't go into the detail that you're looking for, but we have that, so I can get it for you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Carvalho, any question?
I had the same
Okay,
question. I
we'll
wanted
get
to know
the
where we
detail.
were and how much money was allocated originally and what the work was for.
So,
'Cause it was
Mr.
just a
Kennedy, you'll
change
get
order.
that from tab 7B, correct?
Yes.
Okay, if you can please add the second supplemental award of contracts to the agenda. Tab 8, miscellaneous communication. Oh. There's. Okay, so tab 8 is our communication. So I'm going to ask Mr. Neron to just... Oh, okay. Oh, Mr. Jacobs, if you can cover, or Mrs. Carvalho, Mr. Jacobs, for their Finance Committee communication?
Yes, Madam President. So at a meeting of the Finance Committee, Stand-Around Chair Maria Carvalho, Jerry Jacobs, and Board President Diane Barbosa, John Swisher, partner of Suppley Clooney and Company, presented the independent auditor's report on the consolidated annual financial report CAFRA for the year ended June 30th, 2019, and reported that the district's financial statements are fairly stated with an unmodified opinion in the report on the CAFRA. Additionally, the auditor reviewed the auditor's management report and reported that there were 6 auditor findings and recommendations for the prior year, and 1 finding and recommendation for the current year. All 6 findings from the prior year had been addressed and corrected by the district, and that there were no repeat findings and recommendations in the current year. Mr. Swisher noted that this was the 4th year that the firm had audited the district's financial statements, and noted that the findings and recommendations had improved from in excess of 20 in the first year to 1 this year. Mr. Swisher reviewed the current financial statement fund balances at June 30, 2019 as follows. Unassigned reserved, $12,783,961. Reserved for 2019-20 budget, $14,470,914. Capital reserve, $9,054,021. Reserve for encumbrances, $1,292,378, for a total fund balance of $37,601,274. Mr. Swisher reminded the committee that the full CAFR for the year ended June 30, 2009, as well as the auditor's management report, are available to the public at the New Jersey Department of Education website. And I would also like to add that, as we had mentioned previously, we'd like to commend Madam Superintendent, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Malhotra, the Finance and Accounting Department for doing an outstanding job over these last 4 to 5 years in reducing the number of reported findings. They've done an excellent job, and also I didn't get a chance to commend our auditors as well for the dedication and work that they've done for the district. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Jacobs, for that. And then continuing on to our Policy Committee meeting, if you can please share some information.
Mr. Jacobs. You did such a good
Thank you,
job.
Madam
Jerry
President.
Aw.
And so for our committee meetings, notes for the Policy Committee meeting, at a meeting of the Policy Committee, Jerry Jacobs Chair, Maria Carvalho, Stan Naran, and former Board President Stephanie Pastana discussed the school's uniform policy file code 5132 and proposed changes that would take effect in September 2020. In an effort to create consistency in our pre-K through 8 schools, a proposal to move from a white Oxford shirt to a navy blue polo is recommended in grades 4 through 8. The policy currently requires a navy blue polo in grades pre-K through 3rd grade. The intent is to continue with the navy blue polo through 8th grade. In addition, screen polos rather than embroidered polos will serve as a savings to our families. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Vice President, for that committee update. So, do we have to add that to the agenda, Mr. Kennedy?
No.
No. Okay, perfect. Moving on to tab 9, claims list. Any questions or comments, commissioners?
Madam President,
Yes,
if I may ask a question, my question is, in the review, it doesn't state the blue T-shirt. So that's part of the file, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Is it going to be a first reading?
Yeah, I think you should, because
So to clarify, Commissioner Carvalho is correct that it's not stated in the notes about the blue T-shirt that will also be replaced for the white T-shirt that was used for physical education. However, when the policy, in our first reading tonight, the actual policy does include those changes within the policy itself. Thank you for bringing that to my attention, Commissioner Carvalho. Much appreciated.
I got your back there, Commissioner.
Good job. Thanks to both of you. Tab 9, claims list. Mr. Kennedy, we can please add that to the agenda. Now, moving on to the resolutions. I will read the resolutions. Please let me know if you have any questions or comments. After I'm finished, we have the African American Heritage Month, Career Technical Education Month, Children's Dental Health Month, Honoring Harriet Tubman, transfer of capital reserve funds, acceptance of comprehensive annual financial report for the year ended June 30th, 2019, and the approval of the corrective action plan, National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day.
Excuse me, Madam President, on 10E,
Yes.
that's the acceptance of the comprehensive annual financial report and the corrective action plan. And attached to that is the corrective action plan. Just as the auditor read the comments into the record, we're required to read the corrective action plan into the record. So,
Okay.
as stated, there was one finding. The finding was that the district should implement controls to ensure that additions to the capital asset inventory are reconciled to the district's financial records. The method of implementation is the district will implement controls to ensure that additions to capital assets inventory are reconciled to the district's financial records. The person responsible for implementation is the comptroller, and the completion date of implementation, there's a typo with what you have. It's actually going to be completed by January 31st of 2020. So now I've officially read it into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. The next resolution we have is the National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, National School Counseling Week, Agreement for Group Speech Services, UCESC, for 2019-2020 school year, appointment of special counsel, appointment of architects, appointment of construction managers, appointment of engineers, appointment of environmental consultants, adoption of the revised policy and regulation for the 514121.21 administering medications, authorizing award of contract to SSP Architects, approving student athletic transportation contract, appointing 7 vendors for the award of contracts to provide athletic equipment and supplies for spring sports. And that completes one more resolution to add to the agenda. The use of facilities report, Rotary Club. Any comments or questions?
I have a
Commissioner?
question.
Yes, Commissioner Hernandez.
Regarding the appointment of special counsels, architects, engineering services, are those rates staying the same or are they changing?
Special counsel is staying the same, and the architects are in accordance with, they're not set at a fixed rate. It's according to what they proposed.
Thank you, Kennedy.
Madam President?
Yes, Commissioner Ortiz.
Yes, I have a comment, and I have this comment before. We passed a different kind of resolution about African American, Career Technical Education Month, Children Dental Health Month, and honoring Harry Tubman. But I don't see every school engaged or know about all of these resolutions. I want to know what is the protocol. We pass the resolution, we send notification to the principal, they engage the student to celebrate African American Month, Career Technical Education Month, or how our principal and staff know what kind of resolution we pass and how we can engage our students to know about this.
That is exactly correct. Following the board meeting, these resolutions are communicated to all of our schools with the expectation that the principals are then communicating them to all of the teachers. Most of these resolutions are cross-referenced in our curriculum, so therefore it's already being highlighted. An example of a standalone would be Career and Technical Education Month, and typically, as an example, last year we had the opportunity to bring our nursing program to the New Jersey Department of Education meeting, so that is at our Thomas Edison Career and Technical Education High School. This particular event is highlighted on an annual basis. So the communication is initiated through the principal, through the teachers, and activities are the result of these resolutions.
Thank you to explain the protocol.
Certainly.
Madam President?
Yes, Commissioner
I have a
Cavalli.
question on Resolution 10Q, and I guess this question is for Mr. Kennedy. As a point of clarification for T-shirt sales and hat sales and slipper sales and everything else that gets sold in our district, everything that is bought has to now go through this A through G?
No, this is for our athletic department's supplies.
Just for their supplies. So the band jackets, does that go, for example, the band jackets, will that go out for?
Yeah, the band and soccer jackets are being handled by the purchasing department.
And how does the vendor get picked for that?
Those are state contract vendors.
So those are all state contracts?
Yes.
And then when the schools, the organizations, Key Club, National Honor Society, when they sell T-shirts,
Those are purchased by the individual organizations, and they don't flow through our purchasing department.
I have a concern with the accounts, with the individual organizations, either like where does the money come from, and then the accountability becomes our responsibility.
Well, I'm sorry. They put through, every month you see the fundraising approvals. So if those fundraisers are for selling T-shirts and things like that, the board approves the fundraising activity itself. And then there's an accounting for the funds coming in. Accompanying the fundraising request and approval is an estimate of the cost of buying the stuff for the fundraising and what they're going to get out of it. Then after they do the fundraising, there's an accounting with sheets that are provided that show how much they sold, less how much the costs were for the net result that's going to the club or organization.
So as long as it's not the Elizabeth Board of Education purchasing it, they can go to whomever they want.
That's what we've been doing, yes.
Is there just a process for the company to become a vendor? Like, how does that get filtered out? Is there certain requirements, or they just go?
No, we've been treating them as individual activities of those clubs that are fundraising. And then the people that are responsible for overseeing the club are also responsible for the accounting.
If that's okay, I'd like to further have a further conversation with you about this, and
Sure,
then bring it back to the
we
board.
should have a conversation.
Because I don't like that.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll set that up, yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners.
The reason is we're not expending our budgeted funds. I understand what you're saying.
No, I understand, Mr. Kennedy. My concern is when something is sold and then the parents, they go, the big bad board, we never got our stuff. Well, we had nothing to do with it. Technically, the Elizabeth Board of Education had nothing to do with, the popcorn or whatever it was.
Yeah, the only thing, like I said, they do have to do an accounting that gets reported to my office.
Okay.
But
So there's a process.
there's a process, but there's always a chance for,
No, absolutely, because we have no accountability or control over it.
correct.
Which, if you tell me that's right, then it's, it is what it is. But, we do get complaints, as the sports move on through the year,
You read about it in the paper every day.
all the time.
Yep.
Those are the ones that people say, I can't believe somebody
Yeah.
would do that, but
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. I have a question on Resolution 10N. So it's about the policy administering medication. There was no modification to this policy, minor, correct?
Yes, we had received an update from the New Jersey School Boards Association.
Since the first reading.
I believe it is highlighted.
No, but then they did changes. Oh, but since then they haven't done any changes, though, right?
I don't have a copy with me, but I believe that whenever we receive any changes from New Jersey school boards, the policy is marked up with what that update is. I don't see,
Yeah.
I did not bring my copy. I will gladly provide a report to the board tomorrow morning with regard to the specific change. Momentarily. We'll be traveling again soon.
When we did the first
Because I
reading,
didn't-
when we did the
Yes.
first reading,
Was it highlighted?
everything was highlighted that had
I'll
changed.
just go back to
I
that
didn't
one.
bring my copy tonight.
Yeah, I didn't bring it either, but those are all on the cloud, or certainly we have them in a paper copy too.
So, yeah, this is the second reading. Okay.
So since then, there hasn't
Nothing has
those
modified.
those things that were documented, nothing's changed. So now we're doing the second reading during the business meeting, and then hopefully adopting the resolution.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Okay, so I would like to add, if you can add, any other questions, commissioners? Like to add those resolutions to the agenda, please?
I have one more thing that's required to be read publicly as a result of CUSAC. I think you all have the Code of Ethics forms that we were asking you to sign. We're required to acknowledge, for the board to acknowledge the Code of Ethics and record it in the minutes. So if you wouldn't mind. The members of the Board of Education recognize that they hold authority not as individuals but as members of the board. In order to make a clear public statement of its philosophy of service to the students of the district, the board adopts this code of ethics. A, I will uphold and enforce all laws, state board rules and regulations, and court orders pertaining to schools. Desired changes should be brought about only through legal and ethical procedures. B, I will make decisions in terms of the educational welfare of children and will seek to develop and maintain public schools which meet the individual needs of all children regardless of their ability, race, creed, sex, or social standing. C, I will confide my board action to policymaking, planning, and appraisal, and I will help to frame policies and plans only after the board has consulted those who will be affected by them. D, I will behave toward my fellow board members with respect due their office, demonstrating courtesy, decorum, and fair play at all public meetings and in all public statements. E, I will refrain from inappropriate conduct in public meetings and in making public statements, refraining from any disparagement of my fellow board members or others on a personal, social, racial, or religious basis. F, I will carry out my responsibility not to administer the schools, but together with my fellow board members to see that they are well run. G, I will recognize that authority rests with the Board of Education and will make no personal promises nor take any private action which may compromise the board. H, I will refuse to surrender my independent judgment to special interests or partisan political groups or use the schools for personal gain or the gain of friends. I will hold confidential all matters pertaining to the schools which, if disclosed, would needlessly injure individuals or the schools. But in all other matters, I will provide accurate information and in concert with my fellow board members, interpret to the staff the aspirations of the community for its schools. J, I will vote to appoint the best qualified personnel available after consideration of the recommendation of the chief school administrator. K, I will support and protect school personnel and proper performance of their duties. L, I will refer all complaints to the chief school administrator and will act on such complaints at public meetings only after failure of an administrative solution. The board shall see that all members of the board receive training in understanding and adhering to this code of ethics and shall discuss it annually at a regularly scheduled public meeting. Each member shall sign documentation that she has received a copy of it and has read and understood it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. At this time, may I have a motion and a second to adjourn the agenda meeting?
Motion to adjourn the agenda meeting?
Second.
The motion has been properly made and seconded. Roll call, Mr. Kennedy?
Carvalho,
Yes.
Chevres,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Jacobs,
Yes.
Marina Ortega,
Yes.
Pastana,
Yes.
Barbosa.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. This is a regular meeting of the Elizabeth Board of Education. Pursuant to New Jersey statutes and the rules adopted by the Board of Education, notice of this meeting was sent to the Star Ledger and Cablevision of Elizabeth on Thursday, January 9th, 2020. In addition, this notice is posted on the bulletin board in the lobby of 500 North Broad Street, and pursuant to this act, a copy has been filed with the City Clerk of Elizabeth, New Jersey. We want to welcome everyone present in our television viewers to this January 16, 2020 meeting of the Board of Education. We are here to govern, provide management oversight, and make policy for the district. The superintendent manages the district. This is a meeting of the board and the public, not a meeting of the public. This meeting is being recorded and will become part of the Elizabeth Board of Education's permanent record. In order that the recording will adequately reflect the proceedings, please refrain from talking while others are speaking. We also ask that you silence the sound on your electronic devices since it is legally mandated that these proceedings be accurately recorded. We may have to ask for order periodically should noise begin to interfere with our recording capabilities. We are pleased that you have taken this night to join us here for our Board of Education meeting. Thank you for your interest in the Elizabeth Public Schools. There will be a public portion for citizens to address the board. Participants for the public portion may sign up at the start of the meeting so that they may have the opportunity to speak. The sign-in sheet states the name, address, telephone number, and reason that the person wants to comment, whether it is an agenda item or a general education item. Roll call, Mr. Kennedy, please.
Bathalis, Carvalho,
Here.
Chevres,
Here.
Hernandez,
Here.
Jacobs,
Here.
Marina Ortega,
Present.
Naran, Pastana,
Present.
Barbosa.
Here. We move on to our public participation. At this time, the microphones are open for public comment. To those who have signed in prior to this session, I shall call individuals to the microphones based on the order of sign-in. Each statement made by a participant shall be limited to 3 minutes in duration. The total time of public comments shall be limited to 60 minutes. No individual is able to yield their time to another individual. All statements shall be directed to the presiding officer. No participant may address or question board members individually. The following rules for public participation shall apply. Time limits will be strictly enforced. No personal attacks on individuals. No vulgar or indecent language. A person may address the board no more than once during a single meeting. Speakers should refrain from naming individuals. Comments or questions posed during the public participation will not be debated. As a reminder, this is a meeting of the board and public, not a meeting of the public. The first person to address the board is Mr. Kason Little.
Hi, I'm still here.
Good evening.
Good evening. Well, happy morning. I really believe that, we need to go back and evaluate ourselves. We need to go back and evaluate how we are running here. Because and when I tell you I'm livid at the fact on constantly hearing that we're doing such a wonderful job. No, there's always room for work, and that's all right. But when we start to be reactive and say, we're doing this well, or there's no need for improvement, or just give that illusion, That says a lot about you, not about us. So let's take ownership at the fact that there's still a lot of work ahead that needs to be done for the sake of our community. And let's own that, and then let's work towards addressing those needs. But if we're going to continue to overlook them and think that there's no room for that improvement or for work, then we have a major problem. And that problem does not impact you. It impacts our kids in our everyday classrooms. It impacts our teachers. And it impacts their parents. So please don't sit there and tell us that we're doing okay or that we're doing just a great, good job. Because in the sad reality of it is, we're not. We're not, because we're losing our kids day in and day out. And we're losing them to their own and different struggles that they go through in life. Why are we losing them? Because we're really not investing in them. You know how we can invest in our kids? It's by giving them and supplying them with the services and resources that they ultimately deserve. That's how we save them. It's by protecting them while they're here now. And it's by just giving them those services. But if we're going to continue to send them out of district, we're going to continue to make sure that, 5-year-old Romeo takes a bus every day for 2 hours on a bus just to get the service that he needs, that's a problem. I hope you think that's a problem, because I think it's a problem. And they think it's a problem. I hope that that's what we take away with us moving forward, is that there is a problem, and then accept it, and then let's work towards, collectively, work towards addressing that. Because again, it's about them, right? So I think that's all that we can at least give them. That's what they deserve. And they look to you to be their champion. They look to you to address those needs. So again, moving forward, I do not ask of you to just sit there and continue to be reactive and just sit there and think that there's not a problem or that things are just riding moves smoothly and just, everything is all right, pitchy-patchy, because in addition, it's not. So again, let's do better.
Thank you, Mr. Quezon-Little. Next, I call Rachel, Mrs. Quijano.
I'm still here as well, and I haven't received anything. When are we going to sit here and talk? Just you and I, Olga, nobody else, just you and I. I don't need somebody else to call me in reference to you to tell me something. I need you to speak to me. It was you and I who supposedly comprehended each other that day of the meeting, right? So it's you and I who needs to keep speaking, because I'm still not satisfied with what I got. So please let me know tonight before I leave what time you're gonna fit me in your schedule or whatever it is.
I'd be
Besides,
happy to.
I'm still here.
Absolutely.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quijano. Thank you for your comments. Seeing no one else has signed in to address this board, I close the public comment portion of this meeting tonight. At this time, I need a motion and a second to accept the agenda from pardon me. Yeah, I'm right. To accept the agenda from tab. Oh, before we do that, yes. Madam Superintendent, let's go over the HIB report.
Pursuant to Board Policy 5131.1, harassment, intimidation, and bullying, and New Jersey Statute 18A:37, the results of each investigation shall be reported to the Board of Education no later than the date of the next board meeting following completion of the investigation, and include any services provided, training established, discipline imposed, or other action taken or recommended by the Chief School Administrator. Since our last Board of Education meeting on December 12th and through January 13th, 2020,
Our district school counselors and social workers have conducted 49 HIB investigations. Of those investigations, 14 were found to meet criteria for HIB as per New Jersey law. There were 27 males, 26 females, 39 regular education students, and 14 special education students that were alleged victims. There were 58 males, 25 females, and 61 regular education students and 19 special education students, 3 non-students that were alleged perpetrators. Of the services provided and actions taken for the 49 cases, there were 15 skill development lessons and interventions, 44 counseling sessions, 3 behavioral interventions, 8 referrals for outpatient treatment, 9 changes of classroom, 9 administrative counseling sessions, 11 in-school detentions, 20 parent conferences, 2 referrals to outside agencies, 2 professional development trainings, 1 letter in file, 9 student suspensions, and 15 cases that are continuing to be monitored. Of the 14 cases that were founded for HIB, 1 was founded on the basis of race, national origin, 1 was founded on sexual orientation, 1 was founded on the basis of gender, 3 were founded on the basis of mental, physical or sensory disability, and 10 cases were founded based on other identifying characteristics. The HIB statute further requires that at the next regularly scheduled meeting, after board members receive the report of HIB investigations, that the board issue a decision in writing to affirm, reject, or modify the superintendent's decision pertaining to the 25 cases that were reported to you at the last board meeting on December 12, 2019. In order for you to do so, the packet of investigation summaries from those investigations, which were reported to you at the last board meeting, have been provided for your review prior to voting. And that concludes the report.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent.
Madam President,
Yes.
before you move the agenda, I'm required to do a second reading on one of the items in the agenda, and that's Policy 5141.21, administering medication, and 5141.21, regulation for administering medication. And included in our package this evening is the first reading on Exhibit 5132X, school uniforms, and Regulation 9311R, annual adoption of board goals and development of work plan. And that exhibit and regulation are available for review in the Office of the School Business Administrator.
Thank you. Okay. At this time, may I have a motion and a second to accept the agenda? Now let's go through this.
I make a motion to approve the agenda in its entirety from tab 1 to tab 13. Mr. Kennedy, is there anything else that I need to motion?
No, I'll just remind all of our
Yes,
board.
we got it, Mr. Kennedy.
I second that motion.
Thank you. It has been properly moved and seconded. Roll call, please, Mr. Kennedy.
Wait for Ms. Marina Ortega to get back. Carvalho.
Yes, with an abstention on tab 4A, number 7, tab 4A, number 7, I apologize, and tab 5, page 4.
Chevres.
Yes, with abstention in tab 2A, page 37, tab 4A, number 10, tab 4A, tab 4B, number 2, and tab 4A, number 7, and tab 5, page 4.
Hernandez.
Yes to all.
Jacobs. Thank you. Marina Ortega.
Yes.
Pastana. Barbosa.
Yes to all taps.
Thank you.
Thank you. The motion has been properly made and moved and seconded. Any questions or comments from our board members, please, for the night? Seeing none, hearing none, I just want to close it up. Happy January 16th board meeting. This was the first meeting I sat in this chair, and I sit here for you, I tell you, and it's very special. This one and all the next ones as I sit here. With that said, I'd like to wish everybody happy Martin Luther King Day on Monday. Be safe. Spend time with your family. And thank you for sharing this time with us and for caring for our schools and the Elizabeth Public School District. Thank you to all our team, my commissioners. Have a wonderful night. Mr. Kennedy, roll call, please. Oh, pardon me. Yes. Oh, I did mention comments, but please, no. And questions or comments?
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
The motion has been properly made and seconded. Mr. Kennedy, roll call, please.
Carvalho.
Yes.
Chevres.
Yes.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Jacobs.
Yes.
Marina Ortega.
Yes.
Pastana.
Yes.
Barbosa.
Yes. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Congratulations, Madam President.
Oh, thank you.
Great job.
Here we go. Here's this year, 2020, Project 2020.
Here we go. What is 2020? It's a building year.